Chapter 21:17. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged inside Xiao Ta, suddenly opened his eyes. Yi Xian frowned. His aura had increased a lot, but there was no qualitative breakthrough. In other words, in terms of realm, he had not reached the second level of the cosmic heart realm. What's going on? Yi Xian asked in his heart. Xiao Ta, do you know what's going on? Xiao Ta was silent for a long time before saying, You have absorbed too little of the heart of the universe. Yi Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? Xiao Ta sighed. Young master, you have to understand that the higher you go, the harder it is to increase your realm. Not to mention, you are not walking the normal path. Simply put, you can't directly break through by swallowing a heart of the universe. If you can directly break through by swallowing a heart of the universe, then what's the point of others doing? Think about it. You can increase by one level by swallowing a heart of the universe. Do you think it's reasonable to swallow 6 to reach the 6th level? Yi Xian said seriously. I think it's reasonable. Xiao Ta was silent for a long time before saying, Young master, I suspect that there is something wrong with your head. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta continued. And there is one more point. The effect of swallowing a heart of the universe is far from as good as directly swallowing a universe to condense a heart of the universe. Simply put, the heart of the universe you swallowed is equivalent to a second-hand good. How good do you expect a second-hand good to be? Yi Xian, Xiao Ta said again. According to my many years of experience, you can swallow a few more hearts of the universe, at least 3 or 4, to reach the next level. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. My current cultivation realm is a bit troublesome. Xiao Ta said in a deep voice. Troublesome? Young master, I suddenly realized the difference between the first generation and the second generation. Master once broke through a realm and risked his life. But you F***CK, good fellow, you just crawled all the way up. Your father cultivated by risking his life, but you cultivate by F***king crawling. Also, you think it's uncomfortable. When it spoke up to hear, it paused for a moment and said, If I, Xiao Ta, have a son in the future, I will also raise him. I will truly raise him, and let him rely on his own strength to fight his way up. I will absolutely not walk the path of relying on the Mountain King. Yi Xian said indifferently, You don't have a son. Xiao Ta. Yi Xian stopped talking nonsense with Xiao Ta and left Xiao Ta. The heart of the universe. Xiao Ta was right. If swallowing a heart of the universe would allow one to advance by one level, that would be too ridiculous. Swallowing a few more should not be a problem. Find the eternity heart realm and kill them. Of course, he wouldn't kill indiscriminately for the sake of breaking through. Although Yi Xian wasn't a good person, he still had a bottom line. Seeming to have thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Xiao Ta, did father stop at nothing for the sake of cultivating? After being silent for a moment, Xiao Ta said, No. Yi Xian blinked and was a little suspicious. No. Xiao Ta said indifferently, Young master, in your heart is master very bad? Yi Xian laughed and said nothing. Xiao Ta said, Master was a little extreme in the early days, but he wouldn't take the initiative to bully others. However, he belongs to the kind, if you bully him, he will exterminate your entire family. Yi Xian said with a smile. Father, did you ever meet an extremely strong opponent, the kind that you couldn't beat no matter what? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice. Yes. Tianming. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta continued. He was beaten from the beginning to the end. Of course, compared to Sister Tianming, Master was very young at that time, so it's normal that he couldn't beat her. After saying that, she paused and said, Sister Tianming is the only person who dared to let your big brother and master fight together. No one has ever done it before, and no one will be able to do it in the future. Yi Xian said seriously, I can do it in the future too. Not only can I will let all 3 of them fight together. After being silent for a moment, Xiao Ta said, In terms of acting cool and bragging, young master, I only admire you. Yi Xian. After a moment, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he was thinking of a problem. The monster sect hadn't come to find him for so long. This meant that the 4th stage man didn't report to the monster sect. In other words, the monster sect might choose to investigate him. This was also his chance. Time. He wasn't afraid of strong opponents and enemies. He was afraid of not having time. In this one-sword-slaying life, he also had to think of a way to improve it, because his one-sword-slaying life was no longer useful to Ming Xian. Time flowed. Intuition told him that the upper limit of the power of time flowed was far more than this. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Shenjiao, do you know where the monster sect's branches are? The Shenjiao said in a low voice, if you destroy one branch, it might not attract too much attention from the monster sect. But if you destroy a few more, I'm afraid that you will attract the monster sect's attention. At that time, there might be 5th and 6th stage experts coming for you. Yi Xian smiled. Do you think they will let me go if I don't destroy them? After a long silence, the Shenjiao said, to the ancient demon realm. Yi Xian smiled. You lead the way. After a while, a message flowed into Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian activated the Qingxian sword and disappeared on the spot. Ancient demon realm. Yi Xian had just arrived at the ancient demon realm. He looked around and soon he frowned and was about to retreat. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded behind Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Xian turned around and saw a man standing in front of him. It was the 4th stage expert that he had fought with before. At this moment, the opponent's body had completely recovered. Besides this man, there were 2 mysterious experts in black robes. This was not the point. The point was that these 2 were actually at the 4th stage of the Eternal Heart Realm. 3 at the 4th stage of the Eternal Heart Realm. The man smiled. Young Master Yi, are you surprised? Yi Xian laughed. Do you think I'm surprised? The man glanced at the sword in Yi Xian's hand and didn't speak. Yi Xian's Qingxian sword was in the scabbard. In other words, Yi Xian didn't use his sword. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I thought the monster sect would send a 5th stage expert. I didn't expect it to be a 4th stage. 5th stage of the Eternal Heart Realm. The man smiled. Young Master Yi, do you know much about my monster sect? Yi Xian replied with a question. Do you know much about me? The man nodded slightly. According to my investigation, there seems to be a mysterious expert behind young Master Yi. It's that female swordsman, right? Yi Xian frowned slightly. You only investigated one? The man looked at Yi Xian. Not just one. Yi Xian laughed. How should I address you? The man smiled. Yunchuan. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Brother Yunchuan, you knew that I would come. So, you brought along 2 4th stage experts to wait for me here. However, you didn't attack me directly. Why? It's very simple. You aren't confident in your ability to kill me. Besides that, if I'm not wrong, Brother Yunchuan hasn't investigated me and the power behind me clearly. You're afraid of hurting me, right? The man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Yes, Yi Xian continued. Now Brother Yunchuan is even more afraid. Because I know about the monster sect, but I'm not afraid of it. Yunchuan smiled. Yes, Yi Xian said again. Then does Brother Yunchuan want to know the power behind me? Behind Yunchuan, an old man suddenly said, Yunchuan, why are you talking nonsense with him? Why don't you just kill him? He's talking so much nonsense. He's definitely trying to fool us, and then get away. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. Damn it. He's not afraid of smart people. He's afraid of this kind of hothead who's not smart, but not stupid. Yunchuan smiled. I wonder what the power behind young Master Yi is. He didn't think that Yi Xian was fooling him, because all kinds of signs showed that there was really someone behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Have you heard of the 3 Swords Alliance? Xiao Ta was speechless. Yunchuan frowned. 3 Swords Alliance. Yi Xian smiled. Haven't heard of it? Yunchuan hesitated and shook his head. No. Yi Xian smiled. Looks like Brother Yunchuan's level is still not high enough. Yunchuan was speechless. At this moment, the old man beside him said in a deep voice. Not high enough? Are you joking? Our monster sect's power is spread all over the universe. How many universes do we know? But we have never heard of the 3 Swords Alliance. I think you want to live, so you're trying your best to fool the 3 of us. Saying that, he was about to take action. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. The green profound sword slowly floated to the old man. Old man, you're a fourth-degree realm expert. You must be knowledgeable. Come, take a look at my sword. The old man waved his hand. Old man, if you don't look, old man will beat you to death. Saying that, he charged towards Yi Xian. The powerful force caused the entire sky to boil. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it, where did this rash young man come from? Just at this moment, Yunchuan suddenly said, Stop. Hearing Yunchuan's words, the old man stopped. He turned to look at Yunchuan. Yunchuan was staring at the green profound sword in front of him. The old man frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Yunchuan suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Who forged this sword? Yi Xian smiled. What do you think? Yunchuan looked at the sword in his hand in silence. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of solemnity. After a while, Yunchuan looked at Yi Xian. I've really not heard of the Three Swords Alliance. Yi Xian smiled. Brother Yunchuan, how about this? 3 days later, I'll personally go to the monster sect. We'll settle the feud between me and the monster sect once and for all. What do you think? Yunchuan frowned. You want to go to my monster sect? Yi Xian laughed. Yes. The feud between us has to be settled, right? Yunchuan fell silent. Yi Xian smiled. At that time, you'll see the strength of the Three Swords Alliance. Yunchuan glanced at Yi Xian. You'll really go? Yi Xian thought for a moment. I swear on the name of the Three Swords Alliance. If I don't go, then the 3 swordsmen of the Three Swords Alliance will be beaten to death. Xiao Ta was speechless. P.S. There's more. Chapter 21:18. Sell it to Xiao Ta. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Shen Zhao was silent for a while before replying. Priceless. Priceless. Yi Xian blinked. Really? Shen Zhao said solemnly. If you really sell it, countless experts will go crazy for it. Xiao Ta's heaven-defying cultivation ability was enough to drive anyone crazy. Heaven-defying wasn't enough to describe it. Yi Xian thought about it and said, Xiao Ta, I'll treat you better in the future. Xiao Ta was silent for a while before replying. Young master, just be a good person. To be honest, you're scarier than your master when you're being fancy. Yi Xian. After a while, Yi Xian came to a huge hall. Immortal Treasure Pavilion. This was the largest merchant association in the demon immortal realm. There was a saying that described this merchant association. As long as you had the money, you could buy anything in this merchant association. Yi Xian had just entered Immortal Treasure Pavilion when a delicate-looking woman came to welcome him. She smiled, neither servile nor overbearing. Esteemed guest, are you selling or buying? Yi Xian smiled. Buying. The woman smiled. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Having said that, she turned and walked in. Yi Xian followed the woman to a luxurious private room. Soon they were served fine spiritual tea. The woman sat before Yi Xian and smiled. How should I address you, esteemed guest? Yi Xian thought about it and said, Yang Xian. The woman smiled. Young Master Yang, I'm a Qian. May I know what young Master Yang is looking for? Yi Xian said, Heart of the universe. Heart of the universe. The woman was taken aback. Yi Xian smiled. Do I have it? The woman nodded. Yes, but it's very expensive. Yi Xian asked, How expensive? The woman looked at Yi Xian. 800 star meridians. 800 star meridians. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it. Right now, he only had about 700 star veins. And that was all he had. Furthermore, it was only because Zhou Xian had given him 500. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have 700. Suddenly, he realized how poor he was. The woman suddenly smiled and said, Young master, if you don't have enough star veins, I have an idea. Yi Xian looked at the woman curiously. What method? The woman said, a loan. Yi Xian was stunned. Loan? What do you mean? The woman smiled and said, It's very simple. You just have to pay 50% of the price first, and the rest of the star veins will be paid in installments. Pay in installments? Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. Can we do that? The woman smiled. Sure. However, we will charge you some interest and some labor fees. That is to say, the total payment will be more than 800 star veins. Based on my rough calculations, The total payment will be around 900 star veins. The interest of 100 star veins. Yi Xian's face fell when he heard this. Meanwhile, Xiaota spoke abruptly. Damn it. What a familiar smell. Yi Xian was quite curious. What's wrong? Xiaota spoke indifferently. It's nothing. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, a Qian spoke again. Of course, if young Master Yang is able to purchase it in full, then you can save yourself a lot of trouble, and you won't have to pay interest as well. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Aren't you afraid that someone won't pay back the loan? A Qian blinked. I'm not. Yi Xian smiled. I'll come back another day. A Qian stood up and smiled. Young Master Yang, take care. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Even though she still had a smile on her face when she left, it had changed slightly. Yi Xian spoke abruptly. Does she think that I can't afford it? Xiaota replied. You can't afford it in the first place. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian fell silent within the room. He hadn't expected that the core of the universe would be so expensive. What should I do? Xiaota spoke abruptly. Young master, are you thinking of robbing me? Yi Xian's face darkened. Am I that sort of person? Xiaota spoke indifferently. You're not a person. Yi Xian was speechless. He didn't waste time with Xiaota and left the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and an ancient book appeared in his hand. The Book of the Universe. He hadn't used the Book of the Universe since he'd obtained it, so he didn't know if it was useful or not. Meanwhile, Shen Zhao suddenly exclaimed, The Book of the Universe. Yi Xian smiled. You recognize this Book of the Universe? Shen Zhao spoke in a low voice. It's an extraordinary divine treasure of the metaverse. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Can it kill an Eternal Heart Realm expert? Shen Zhao replied. Yes. However, I don't know what its limits are. You can give it a try. Yi Xian gazed at the Book of the Universe and hesitated for a moment. Should I give it a try on myself? A short while later, Yi Xian opened the Book of the Universe, and then he wrote 2 words on it. Yang Yi. The green-clothed man was speechless. Xiaota was speechless. He'd just finished writing when the Book of the Universe suddenly started trembling violently. In the next moment, it actually started burning. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly placed the Book of the Universe into Xiaota's body. The flames emanating from the Book of the Universe gradually vanished after it was placed into Xiaota's body. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Xiaota, is it all right? Xiaota spoke indifferently. It's fine. It was just almost obliterated. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota said solemnly, Young master, it's best that you don't challenge master's authority for now. Yi Xian was silent. Dad's strength was still unfathomable. At this moment, dozens of powerful auras flashed across the sky. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at the sky. At the side, someone suddenly said, Why did the 4 halls suddenly send out so many experts today? I heard that a swordsman will bring people to fight to the death with the demon sect. What the heck? Fight to the death with the demon sect? Is that swordsman serious? He should be serious. Otherwise, the 4 halls wouldn't have sent out so many experts. Besides, I heard that even the ancient demon hall master came personally. What's the background of that swordsman? I don't know. But he should be very strong. If not, why would he dare to come to the demon immortal realm? Let's go. Let's go take a look. Such a domineering swordsman. We must see. Within the city, countless experts walked towards the city gates. At the side, Yi Xian fell silent after hearing the expert's words. Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, are you going? Yi Xian said seriously, Can I go? Xiaota hesitated and then said, If I don't go, I'll lose face. Yi Xian shrugged. I'm already shameless. What's there to be afraid of? Having said that, he turned and left. Xiaota. On the city walls. At this moment, many experts from the ancient demon hall had gathered on the city walls. Not only that, experts from the other 3 halls were also hidden. They were ready for battle. They had to take it seriously, because the 4 hall masters still took Yin Chuan's word seriously. On the city walls, Yin Chuan stood quietly. In front of him stood a middle-aged man with a horn on his head. This person was the ancient demon hall master Kuei Shen. Kuei Shen looked into the distance with a calm expression. He will come. Yin Chuan nodded. He will definitely come. This person is a swordsman. He is extremely powerful. He will not go back on his word. Kuei Shen nodded slightly. Everyone was ready for battle. From sunrise to midday, and finally, from midday to sunset. However, Yi Xian still did not appear. When the sun set, Yin Chuan's expression was a little ugly. This fellow couldn't have gotten lost, right? At night, Yi Xian still did not come. The experts on the city walls, and the experts in the city all had strange expressions. And Yin Chuan's expression became more and more ugly. The next day, as a red sun rose slowly, all living things woke up. But Yi Xian still did not come. On the city walls, Kuei Shen turned to look at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked into the distance and said softly, "Is this guy planning to be shameless?" At this moment, Kuei Shen suddenly said, "Yin Chuan, I am very disappointed. And very angry." Having said that, he turned and left. On the city walls, the experts of the demon hall retreated. Before long, only Yin Chuan was left on the city walls. Yin Chuan looked into the distance, his eyes blank. Impossible. Such a powerful swordsman would not go back on his word. Could he really be lost? In the city, the crowd dispersed. There was a lot of discussion. They were all discussing why the swordsman did not come. Was he afraid? Or lost? Suddenly, the entire demon god city became lively. At the same time, the entire demon god cult began to put out a bounty for Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian had stood the demon god cult up. This made the demon god cult very angry. No one had dared to play with the demon god realm like this. Before long, the secret agents of the demon god cult left the demon god realm to look for Yi Xian. And they did not know that Yi Xian was already in demon god city. On the other side, in some unknown galaxy, two old men tore through the time-space stellar domain. About 4 hours later, they appeared in the heaven realm. Both were at the 6th tier of Eternity Heart realm. The two old men looked around, and the old man on the left said softly, "Let's go." Having said that, the two disappeared on the spot. After a while, the two of them arrived at the Zhou clan. When the two of them appeared in the Zhou clan, the current Zhou clan leader, Zhou Xian, appeared in front of them. Looking at the two of them, Zhou Xian was extremely cautious. Unfathomable. This was the feeling that the two of them gave her. And with her current strength, how could anyone who could give her such a feeling be ordinary? The old man on the left sized up Zhou Xian and smiled. "Nice to meet you, Mississippi. We have no ill intentions. We are here to ask where our young master is." Zhou Xian frowned. "Your young master?" The old man on the right suddenly said, "Yi Xian, young master Yi." Hearing this, Zhou Xian was stunned. "Yi Xian?" The two old men nodded. Zhou Xian took a look at the two of them, and her expression turned strange. The old man on the left had an amiable expression. "Miss, as far as we know, he was here previously, right?" Zhou Xian nodded. "He was here earlier, but he has left." The two of them exchanged glances. Meanwhile, the old man on the left hesitated for a moment before he said, "Miss, did the young master leave anything for you before he left?" Zhou Xian frowned slightly. "What did he leave?" The old man on the left grinned. "For example, a wooden figure or something." Zhou Xian shook her head. The two old men exchanged glances, and then the old man on the left smiled. "Then we'll be taking our leave." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them were about to leave. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian suddenly said, "If he left a wooden figure for me, then what does it mean?" The old man on the left hesitated for a moment before he said, "Madam said that if the young master left a wooden figure for you, then it means that you are our young madam. And we will take you away from here to the dark world that madam has opened for the young master. There, you will obtain the best cultivation resources in the entire universe." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them left. Zhou Xian was speechless. "P.S. Do you have tickets?" Chapter 2119. Young Master. Zhou Xian remained silent on the spot. She knew that the mysterious force behind Yi Xian was slowly coming to the surface. After a long time, Zhou Xian sighed and left. She knew that she had missed a chance. a chance for the Zhou clan to rise. It wasn't that she couldn't be the young mistress, but that she didn't become a true friend with Yi Xian. As she once said, she chose Yi Xian because of the force behind him, not because of Yi Xian. She and Yi Xian had a relationship of mutual benefit, and this relationship meant that they couldn't be friends. Of course, it was good that the Zhou clan didn't become Yi Xian's enemy. Reality proved that if she had chosen to target Yi Xian, there would be no Zhou clan in this world now. 1 Xian. After the two elders left the Heaven Realm Zhou clan, they investigated and finally came to the metaverse. As soon as they arrived, they received a piece of news. The demon sect had put a bounty on Yi Xian, and he was wanted by the entire universe. When they heard the news, the two old men's faces immediately darkened. The elder on the left had a gloomy expression, his eyes cold. Demon sect. How dare they put a bounty on our mystic world's young master? With that, he was about to leave. The elder on the right suddenly said, Xianyin, what are you doing? The elder called Xianyin frowned. What am I doing? Of course I'm going to exterminate the demon sect. The elder on the right shook his head. Seeing this, Xianyin was displeased. Xianwu, what do you mean? The elder called Xianwu said, the demon sect isn't weak. If we go, won't we be sending ourselves to our deaths? Xianyin said angrily. If they find the young master, with the young master's current strength, how can you resist them? And if anything happens to the young master, even if we die 10,000 times, we won't be able to absolve ourselves. Xianwu said, our top priority now is to inform Lord Xiaoxi and ask her to bring people here. Otherwise, with just the two of us going to the demon realm, won't we be sending ourselves to death? Xianyin was silent. Xianwu took out a token and crushed it. In the next moment, a beam of white light shot into the depths of the starry sky. An arrow pierced through the clouds, and thousands of soldiers and horses came to meet. Xianwu said again, we have to find young master before the demon sect. With that, he disappeared into the distance. Xianyin was silent for a moment, and then he said fiercely, demon sect, how dare you injure my young master? My profound world will definitely annihilate your demon sect. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared into the distance. Demon God City Xiaota. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. Cultivate. He was studying his severing lifespan. Ever since the Eternity Heart Mirror appeared, his severing lifespan was practically useless. Undying power. After reaching the Eternity Heart Realm, one would possess the power of Ageless, and this power of Ageless could resist his power of time. If he didn't have the power to reverse time, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to fight back against the Eternity Heart Mirror. His biggest problem now was that his cultivation was not high enough. The heart of the universe. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough money to buy the heart of the universe. Otherwise, he could devour a few hearts of the universe, and his strength would definitely rise explosively. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He calmed his heart and started studying the power of time. He'd utilized both the power of time and undying power, and then he'd combined them together. The undying power had the effect of restraining the power of time. Yi Xian fell silent when he saw this. So long as the power of time could ignore the undying power, then his severing lifespan would be able to deal with Eternity Heart Realm experts. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Xiaota, do you have any methods? Xiaota spoke indifferently. Young master, I've noticed that you only think of me when you need me. A pagoda is a treasure when it's useful, but a pagoda is nothing but grass when it's useless. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota continued, I know of a way to make your power of time extremely formidable. However, I've suddenly forgotten about it. Yi Xian spoke indifferently. If I encounter Qing'er again, then perhaps I might forget something. Xiaota fell silent for a long time before he said, I've suddenly recalled something. Yi Xian said, Tell me. Xiaota spoke solemnly. It's very simple. Use the energy of your bloodline to fuse with the power of time. With the boost from the energy of your bloodline, all undying power will be useless. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Fuse with the energy of my bloodline? Xiaota said, Yes. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he opened his palm. A strand of time flow power appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he activated the bloodline power in his body, and then a strand of bloodline power surged into his palm. Then under his control, the two powers fused together. A short while later, Yi Xian looked at the undying power that wasn't too far away from him. He opened his palm, and the power of time that was fused with the energy of his bloodline blasted against the undying power. Bang! The undying power was instantly obliterated. Yi Xian was stunned by this scene. It's that powerful? Xiaota spoke solemnly. Do you have some sort of misunderstanding about your bloodline? Big brother, your bloodline is the strongest bloodline in the entire universe. Even though you haven't reached the level of master, your bloodline can be improved without limit. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota continued. It isn't just sever lifespan. You can even fuse sever against time with the energy of your bloodline. The fusion I'm talking about isn't executing the two energies at the same time, but fusing them into one, with the support of the energy of your bloodline. No matter if it's sever against time or sever against time, they have no natural enemies. Unless your enemy is much stronger than you. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. Simply speaking, he was using the energy of his bloodline to protect the energy of time and sever against time, so that they had no natural enemies. Of course, with the addition of the energy of his bloodline, the two energies would become very strong as well. After that, Yi Xian started to fuse the energy of his bloodline with the energy of time and sever against time. Both of them were his own, so it wasn't difficult to fuse them. Half a month later, Yi Xian had completely fused the two forces. After the fusion, his one-sword slayer could directly ignore the immortal force. The current him could completely kill an eternal heart realm cultivator with one-sword slayer. As for his sever future, even though its time hadn't increased, its strength had multiplied. Previously, the greatest weakness of the one sword severing the future was that if the other party reacted, they would be able to defend against it. But now, the strength of his sever future had multiplied. Even if the opponent reacted, the opponent might not be able to defend against it. For the first time, Yi Xian realized that his bloodline energy was so useful. Meanwhile, Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, you have to find a way to get a few more cores of the universe to devour. You're very strong now, especially now, after your bloodline energy fused with those two energies. The strength of your swords has reached a qualitative leap. However, your cultivation isn't enough. If you can devour a few more cores of the universe, then your cultivation will improve greatly, and the strength of your swords will increase even more. Yi Xian nodded. Cores of the universe. Right now, he could barely be considered to be at the first level of the Eternal Heart Realm. If not for his sword skills being very special, he couldn't be compared to a fourth-level Eternal Heart Realm expert like Yun Xuan. But the problem was that his current enemies weren't just fourth-level Eternal Heart Realm experts. There were fifth-level Eternal Heart Realm experts, sixth-level Eternal Heart Realm experts. Meanwhile, Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, sometimes you're very smart, but sometimes you're very stupid. Yi Xian's face darkened. What do you mean? Xiaota said, Every part of your body is a treasure. Your bloodline energy is very attractive to demon beasts. You can sell your blood. A drop of your blood essence will definitely be able to be sold for a lot of star veins. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota said, You can try. There should be many demon beasts that are willing to pay a huge price to buy your blood. In any case, you have a lot of blood and can't be used up. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'll give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, he left Xiaota. Yi Xian arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion once more. When he entered the hall, a woman walked over, and it was precisely a Qian from before. A Qian was slightly stunned when she saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian was just about to speak, when a Qian suddenly turned around to look at the woman standing at the side. Little Mo, I'll leave this to you. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Meanwhile, the woman called Little Mo walked over to Yi Xian. The woman wasn't as beautiful as a Qian, but she was gentle and quiet, and she had a sincere smile on her face. Little Mo bowed slightly. Young master, do you need any service? Yi Xian glanced at a Qian in the distance. And then he looked at little Mo who was in front of him and smiled. I want to sell something. Little Mo smiled lightly. Young master, follow me to the inner pavilion. As soon as she finished speaking, she led Yi Xian into the inner pavilion. Inside the hall, a woman next to a Jing suddenly smiled. Sister A Qian, what's wrong? You don't like that man? A Qian said indifferently. Your sister A Qian has been in the immortal treasure pavilion for hundreds of years. I can tell who has money, and who doesn't at a glance. Just that man just now. As she spoke, she shook her head slightly. Talking to him is just a waste of time. Soon little Mo brought Yi Xian to an inner pavilion. Little Mo personally poured a cup of spiritual tea for Yi Xian and said, Young master, what do you want to sell? Yi Xian took out a white jade bottle and handed it to Little Mo. Little Mo took a look at it, and the next moment, her pupils suddenly constricted, and she said with a trembling voice, This is, what kind of bloodline is this? It's so terrifying. Yi Xian smiled. How many star veins can this be sold for? Little Mo hurriedly said, Young master, wait a moment. The value of this divine item far exceeds my authority. I need to consult the supervisor. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Soon, little Mo walked in with an old man. The old man glanced at the white jade bottle, and the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, but he quickly returned to normal. He looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young master, how much do you want to sell it for? Yi Xian smiled. How much do you think it's worth? The old man thought for a moment, and then said, There are 10 drops of essence blood in this bottle. I'll pay this price. As he spoke, he raised a finger. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Damn it, what does one finger mean? 1 star vein. Yi Xian did not speak. He took the white jade bottle, got up and left. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Young master, please wait a moment. We can negotiate. Yi Xian looked at the old man and smiled. State another price. Trying to scam me? What a joke. Besides my father, no one can scam me, and my father scammed me with his strength. I can't resist at all. The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, 10 drops of essence blood for 2,000 star veins. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard this, but he hid it very well. He didn't say anything, and he just laughed coldly before he took the white jade bottle and left. The old man's expression was quite unsightly. Damn it! I've encountered someone who knows how to bargain. He didn't ask Yi Xian to stay because he wanted to bet that Yi Xian would stay on his own. However, Yi Xian just vanished into the distance. The old man was stunned. In the next moment his face turned pale, and he hurriedly chased after Chen Shi. Young master, we can negotiate. Chapter 2120. Outside the celestial treasure pavilion, the old man stopped Yi Xian. The old man looked at Yi Xian and smiled sheepishly. Young master, we can talk. At this moment, Amo also chased after him. Not only her, but many saleswomen also chased after him. The old man was the supervisor of the celestial treasure pavilion. There were very few things that could catch his eye. Since he chased after him personally, he must have encountered some super treasure. One had to know that every time they received a super divine item, they would receive a commission. At this moment, a Qian suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian and smiled brightly. Young master, it's windy outside. Why don't we go inside and talk? Xiao Mo hesitated for a while, but in the end, he did not say anything and retreated to the side obediently. Yi Xian glanced at a Qian who was trying to please him and smiled, then looked at Xiao Mo. I'll talk to her. A Qian's expression froze. The old man was slightly taken aback. In the next moment he quickly said, Xiao Mo, quickly entertain young master. Xiao Mo was stunned at first, then quickly walked in front of Yi Xian and bowed slightly. Young master then shall we go inside and talk? Yi Xian laughed. Sure. With that, he walked into the hall under Xiao Mo's lead. The old man glanced at a Qian and did not say anything, then immediately followed in. A Qian's face was slightly pale. Yi Xian did not say anything bad about her. But who was the supervisor? With just one attitude from Yi Xian, The supervisor could roughly guess what was going on. She, Qian, was the best saleswoman in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion and had the highest chance of becoming the deputy supervisor. But now, this matter was probably not going to happen. Of course, this depended on Yi Xian's strength. If Yi Xian could bring great benefits to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, then she would really be dead meat. Everything was about benefits. After entering the hall, Yi Xian and the elderly supervisor sat opposite each other. The elderly supervisor looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young master, forgive this old man for asking too much, but where did you obtain this bloodline?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I found it by chance in some ruins." The old man asked again, "What ruins?" Yi Xian said with smile, "I have emptied the ruins." The old man's expression froze. Yi Xian smiled. "Let's talk about how much these 10 drops of blood essence can sell for." After a long silence, the old man said, "How much does young master want to sell it for?" Yi Xian smiled. 4,000 star veins. He directly doubled it. That was how bargaining worked. Cut as high as possible. Since the goods were good, there was no need to be afraid that the other party would not negotiate. The old man suddenly said, "Deal. Deal." Yi Xian nearly spat out the immortal tea he had just drunk when he heard that. At this time, the old man took out a storage ring and placed it before Yi Xian. "Young master, please check it." Yi Xian was silent. "Damn it. I was too careless." Yi Xian did not go back on his words. He kept the storage ring and handed the white jade bottle to the old man. The old man put away the white jade bottle as a smile appeared on his face. The smile was filled with a profound meaning. The demon immortal realm was the world of demons, and the bottle of blood essence in his hand was a super godly item to the demon beasts. Not only would it bring great benefits to Immortal Treasure Pavilion, but it would also bring Immortal Treasure Pavilion a huge connection with demon veins. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly looked at the obedient Xiao Emo and smiled. "Young lady, how much commission will you get from this deal?" Xiao Emo looked at the old man and hesitated. Then she said softly, I don't know. Under normal circumstances, she would get at least 100 star veins as commission. However, this amount was just too much. More than 100 star veins was no laughing matter. Yi Xian looked at the old man, and the old man smiled. "Don't worry, young master. I will get as much commission as I can. I won't be greedy for the little girl's star veins." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a storage ring floated before Xiao Emo. There were 200 star veins in it. Double. Xiao Emo was stunned and then said with a trembling voice, "Supervisor Xiao, this is too much." Supervisor Xiao smiled. "The other 100 star veins are your reward." Hearing this, Xiao Emo immediately bowed deeply. "Thank you, Supervisor Xiao." As though she thought of something, she turned to Yi Xian and bowed again. "Thank you, young master." Yi Xian laughed and looked at Supervisor Xiao. "Supervisor Xiao, I would like to purchase some cores of the universe from Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Do you have them?" Supervisor Xiao smiled. "Of course. May I know how many cores of the universe you want?" Yi Xian asked, "How many cores of the universe do you have?" Supervisor Xiao smiled and asked, "How many do you want, young master Yi?" Yi Xian came to an understanding. Supervisor Xiao meant that he could have as many as he wanted. How extravagant! Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Supervisor Xiao, may I ask if the master of Immortal Treasure Pavilion is a woman?" Supervisor Xiao was slightly stunned, and then she said, "Why do you ask that?" Yi Xian smiled. "It's nothing. My teeth haven't been good lately, so I want to live off a woman." Supervisor Zhao's face froze. Damn it. This kid isn't a good person. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly withdrew a storage ring and placed it before Supervisor Xiao. "Supervisor Xiao, I only have 4,700 star veins in total. How many cores of the universe can I buy?" Supervisor Xiao thought for a moment and said, "All of them?" Yi Xian nodded. Supervisor Xiao fell silent for a moment before she said, "Young Master Yang, the market price for a core of the universe is 800 star veins. I can give you 751. In other words, you can buy 6 cores of the universe with these star veins." Yi Xian nodded. "All right. How long will it take for me to get them?" Supervisor Xiao smiled. Right now. As he spoke, he turned around to look at Xiao Emo. Go get 6 cores of the universe and tell them that I authorized it. Xiao Emo bowed slightly, turned around and left. Supervisor Xiao gazed at Yi Xian and grinned. Young Master Yang, if you need to sell or buy anything in the future, you can come to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. I can give you a certain discount. Yi Xian smiled. Do you have a VIP system here? Supervisor Xiao nodded. Yes. Yi Xian blinked. I sold so many star veins, but I can't become a VIP? Supervisor Xiao smiled and said, Sir is a distinguished guest, but we have 3 types of distinguished guests. The first type are ordinary distinguished guests, who can enjoy a certain discount. The second type are super distinguished guests. These distinguished guests can enjoy a great discount from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Not only that, they can also receive additional services, such as sharing information from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian nodded. What about the third type? Supervisor Xiao smiled. The third type of VIP is the top VIP. Anyone who is a top VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion can enjoy a 50% discount. For example, if you are a top VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, then you can use 300 star veins to buy a core of the universe. Not only that, but we will also give you 2 additional cores of the universe. Moreover, if the other party needs it, we can give them some star veins or other treasures in advance, such as the star vein of the universe. Moreover, we don't charge any interest. Besides that, anyone who is a top VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion will be under the protection of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. As long as you are in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, we will do our best to protect you, even if your enemy is the demon religion. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. You're not on the same side as the demon religion? Supervisor Xiao shook her head and smiled. No. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion here is only one of our branches. However, we have a very good working relationship with the demon religion. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Speaking of which, how can one become a top VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Supervisor Xiao smiled. I don't know. Yi Xian was stunned. Supervisor Xiao smiled lightly. A top VIP isn't something that I can come into contact with. All I know is that there are people from above who will do the vetting. If they meet a suitable person, then they'll do the vetting. If they meet our requirements, then we'll request that person to become a top VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. As for the requirements to become a top VIP, I don't know. Vetting. Yi Xian was about to speak when Xiao Emo walked into the cabinet. She walked over to Supervisor Xiao and passed a spatial ring to her. Supervisor Xiao took the spatial ring and passed it to Yi Xian. Young Master, these are the 6 hearts of the universe and the remaining star veins. Yi Xian took the spatial ring and said, Farewell. He was about to leave after saying that. When he walked to the door, Yi Xian suddenly said, Supervisor Xiao, I have a sword here. You can show it to the people behind you and see how much it can sell for. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a sword slowly floated to Supervisor Xiao. Supervisor Xiao smiled, and he picked up the sword. In the next moment his expression changed drastically, and his body started to tremble. This, Yi Xian smiled. I'll be back in 3 days. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the distance. In the hall, Supervisor Xiao suddenly roared. Report it immediately. Report it. Invite the exalted immortal ambassador to come quickly. In an instant, a ray of white light suddenly shot into the sky and entered the depths of the starry sky. In the cabinet, Supervisor Xiao held the sword, and his body continuously trembled. As if he thought of something, he suddenly slapped his face. I was blind. I didn't recognize an expert. At the side, Xiao Emo was stunned. She had never seen Supervisor Xiao like this. Where did young Master Yang come from? A few minutes later, outside the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, a woman slowly walked in. The woman had shoulder-length hair, wore a white robe, and a pure white cloak was draped behind her. There was a red dot between her eyebrows. As soon as the woman arrived in front of the inner hall, 10 super experts of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, hiding in the dark, immediately appeared, and all of them slowly knelt down. These 10 people were all experts at the 5th level of the Eternal Heart Realm. At the side, a Qian and the others were lying on the ground, and their bodies were trembling slightly. The woman directly ignored the 5 people, and she directly walked into the hall, and finally came to the cabinet. Seeing the woman, Supervisor Xiao deeply bowed. Immortal Envoy. The woman walked in front of Supervisor Xiao, and she ignored him. She picked up the sword in his hand, and after glancing at it, she immediately said, "Immediately start the examination process." Supervisor Xiao said with a trembling voice, "Understood." After speaking, he was about to leave. At this time, the woman glanced at the sword again, and in the next moment she said, "There is no need to examine it. Immediately inform the main hall to send a VIP token." Supervisor Xiao was slightly stunned. "There is no need to examine it?" The woman did not answer. Supervisor Xiao was shocked, and he did not dare to ask again, and was about to leave. At this time, the woman glanced at the sword again, and in the next moment, she suddenly said, "Wait." Supervisor Xiao turned to look at the woman. "Still want to examine it?" The woman looked at the sword in her hand. "The top VIP token is not enough. Let them send an Immortal Treasure token." Supervisor Xiao was stunned. Immortal Treasure token? What the hell? Why have I not heard of it? At this time the woman said, "Wait, Supervisor Xiao." Chapter 21-21. In the cabinet, the woman looked at the sword in her hand with a solemn expression. Director Xiao and Xiao Mo didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. After a long time, the woman said softly, "Tell them to send a mysterious heaven token over." Mysterious heaven token? Director Xiao didn't dare to speak, and immediately turned to leave. Immortal treasure token? Mysterious heaven token? He had never heard of it before. He knew very well that it was because his level wasn't high enough. In the cabinet, the woman looked at the sword in her hand with a solemn expression. Sell. The other party definitely didn't want to sell the sword. Even if he wanted to sell it, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion wouldn't dare to accept it. The reason why the other party left the sword here was to become a distinguished guest of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, or to see the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's attitude. No matter what the purpose was, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion had to treat it carefully. In Xiaota's room, Yi Xian directly swallowed a heart of the universe. After swallowing a heart of the universe, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. One had to say that this feeling of swallowing was really good. He could clearly feel his aura skyrocketing. Half a month later, Yi Xian had completely absorbed the heart of the universe. His cultivation had improved a lot, but there was still no qualitative breakthrough. In other words, he still hadn't reached the second level of the Eternal Heart Realm. Yi Xian continued to swallow the heart of the universe. The current him could be said to be a walk in the park for him, and he found that after he swallowed the heart of the universe, his defying body was also becoming stronger. After a period of time, Yi Xian also completely absorbed the second heart of the universe. And at this moment, his aura finally underwent a qualitative change. Based on his current cultivation, he should be at the second level of the Eternal Heart Realm. Although his cultivation had only increased by 1 level, his overall strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. If he fought with Yin Chuan now, he was confident that he could directly kill the other, without using the profound azure sword. Now a 4th-level expert was no longer a threat to him. Not only that, but he should be able to fight with a 5th-level expert. Yi Xian didn't stop. He continued to swallow the heart of the universe. Not long after, he devoured the remaining 4 hearts of the universe, but he didn't break through. He discovered that the difficulty had increased. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Looks like I have to think of a way to obtain a few more cores of the universe. It's best if it's a core of the universe that's at the 2nd level or above. The energy of such a core is even purer and more useful. If he could devour a 6th-level universe core, that would definitely be very satisfying. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but laugh. He wondered if the Celestial Treasure Pavilion had the heart of the universe for sale. Yi Xian stopped cultivating. He left Xiaota and headed towards the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. 3 days had passed. The reason he'd left the green profound sword in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was because he wanted to become a distinguished guest of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion and obtain more hearts of the universe. He really needed these hearts of the universe right now. He had never been so poor before. When Yi Xian arrived at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, he saw Manager Xiao standing at the entrance. Manager Zhao's body shuddered when he saw Yi Xian, and he hurriedly ran over to Yi Xian and bowed deeply. "Young Master Yang, you've come." Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. "Manager Xiao, why are you so polite?" Manager Xiao smiled. "It's my duty. Young Master Yi, please come in." After he finished speaking, he bowed deeply again. Yi Xian glanced at Manager Xiao. "Looks like the green profound sword is useful." Yi Xian followed Manager Xiao into the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and a group of people in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion hurriedly bowed respectfully. Yi Xian glanced at them, and then followed Manager Xiao into the inner hall. After entering the inner hall, Yi Xian saw a woman. Manager Xiao hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang, this is the immortal envoy of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion." Immortal envoy. Yi Xian sized up the immortal envoy, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. The woman in front of him was at least a 6th-level Eternity Heart Realm expert. At this time, the immortal envoy smiled slightly. "Young Master Yang, hello." Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Immortal, hello." The immortal envoy walked in front of Yi Xian, and then handed the sword in her hand to Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, keep your sword well." Yi Xian put away the green profound sword, and then said with a smile, "Miss Immortal, how much can I sell this sword for?" The immortal envoy shook her head slightly. "Priceless, priceless." Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, and then said with a smile, "So precious." The immortal envoy looked at Yi Xian. "Young master, are you in urgent need of money?" Yi Xian nodded. "A little." The immortal envoy suddenly opened her palm, and a storage ring slowly flew in front of Yi Xian. "Young master, I heard that you seem to need the heart of the universe. I happen to have some heart of the universe here. You can use it first." Yi Xian took a glance, and his expression instantly changed. There were over 100 ordinary heart of the universe, and there were over 50 second stage realm heart of the universe, 12 third stage realm heart of the universe, 6 fourth stage heart of the universe, 3 fifth stage heart of the universe, and 1 sixth stage heart of the universe. Generous gift. Yi Xian didn't have a storage ring, and he looked at the immortal envoy. "Why?" The immortal envoy suddenly took out a token and placed it in front of Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, this is the Profound Heaven token. Those who possess this token will be our Immortal Treasure Pavilion's most distinguished guest, and have the right to mobilize the resources of all the branches other than the main pavilion. If young master needs it, you can also mobilize all the strong practitioners other than the main pavilion, including 6th stage realm practitioners." Hearing that, Supervisor Xiao, who was standing by the side, was incomparably shocked. This authority was just too terrifying. One must know that Immortal Treasure Pavilion had hundreds of thousands of branches in the various worlds. Even this terrifying demon sect had to show some respect to Immortal Treasure Pavilion. It could be said that Yi Xian now had supreme authority. Supervisor Xiao was extremely puzzled. Just because of a sword, they gave this young Master Yang such great authority. Wasn't this too risky? Of course, he didn't dare to question the immortal envoy. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. "Wait!" Just as the voice fell, an old man walked in slowly. Seeing the old man, Supervisor Zhao's expression changed drastically. He immediately bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Greetings, Left High Envoy." Left High Envoy was also a person with real power in Immortal Treasure Pavilion. He was from the main pavilion. Even in the main pavilion, he was the kind of person with great power. After Left High Envoy walked into the hall, he looked at Yi Xian and cupped his fists. "Young Master Yang, nice to meet you. I am Left High Envoy of Immortal Treasure Pavilion." Yi Xian smiled slightly and didn't say a word. Left High Envoy turned to look at the Immortal Envoy and transmitted his voice using profound qi. "Immortal Envoy, you don't have the authority to give him the Profound Heaven token. Only if the pavilion master, or the three of us high envoys agree, can we give him the Xiantian token. Exalted Immortal Envoy suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yang, can I borrow your sword? Yi Xian smiled. Of course. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew to Exalted Immortal Envoy. Exalted Immortal Envoy handed the sword to Left High Envoy. Left High Envoy looked at the sword in front of him. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. Exalted Immortal Envoy looked at Left High Envoy and didn't say a word. Left High Envoy fell into silence. After a long time, Left High Envoy looked at Exalted Immortal Envoy and sent a voice transmission with Xian Qi. This sword is extraordinary. It's not inferior to the treasures of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. However, it's still a little reckless to give him the Xiantian token just because of this sword. Exalted Immortal Envoy shook her head. I think it's a gamble. Left High Envoy said in a low voice. Risky. Exalted Immortal Envoy was silent for a moment. Let South Envoy decide. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and the green profound sword in her hand vanished. Yi Xian glanced at the depths of the starry sky. He could sense that the green profound sword was swiftly traversing through space. Before long, he frowned because he noticed that the green profound sword had fallen into the hands of a woman. However, it didn't take long for him to lose contact with the green profound sword. Meanwhile, Exalted Immortal Envoy suddenly said, Young Master, don't be anxious. The sword will be returned in a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, the green profound sword appeared in front of Yi Xian again. At the same time, a voice suddenly resounded in the sky. Yes, yes. Left High Envoy hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't say anything. 2-1. Exalted Immortal Envoy handed the Xiantian token to Yi Xian. Young Master Yang, accept this token. You're the most distinguished guest of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian looked at Exalted Immortal Envoy. Do I have to pay any price? Exalted Immortal Envoy replied. If Immortal Treasure Pavilion has the power to destroy Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Young Master will lend a hand. Of course, it will be within your capabilities. Yi Xian frowned. That's it. Exalted Immortal Envoy nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Seems like you're losing out. Exalted Immortal Envoy smiled. Pavilion Master has a saying. Only those who love to fight will win. However, fighting is physical work. Therefore, Pavilion Master likes to gamble. Pavilion Master believes that gambling is necessary in life. Today, it seems like Immortal Treasure Pavilion is losing out. However, perhaps Young Master Yang will bring unexpected gains to Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the future. Yi Xian waved the green profound sword in his hand. Miss Immortal dares to gamble so much just because of a sword? Exalted Immortal Envoy smiled. Yes. Yi Xian looked at the storage ring that contained countless star veins in front of him, and fell silent. For the first time, he realized that these things were troublesome. Take it. Of course he dared to take it. However, this represented karma with Immortal Treasure Pavilion. In the future, if Immortal Treasure Pavilion asked him to do something for them, how could he refuse? It was not easy to refuse. If he didn't take it, what he needed the most right now was cultivation resources. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly said, Young Master, take it. Yi Xian asked in his heart, Why? Xiaota said indifferently, Master once said that one is a bastard not to take advantage of such an opportunity. Yi Xian. After a while, Yi Xian picked up the storage ring and said, My father asked me to take it. Xiaota. Exalted Immortal Envoy smiled. May I know who your father is? Yi Xian smiled. A swordsman. Swordsman. Exalted Immortal Envoy smiled, and did not ask further. Smart people would not go overboard. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a white jade bottle flew in front of Exalted Immortal Envoy. Miss Immortal, there are a few drops of blood in this bottle. I hope it will be of help to you. Please accept it. Exalted Immortal Envoy nodded. Thank you. With that, she accepted the white jade bottle. Yi Xian cupped his fists. I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave first. With that, he turned and left. After Yi Xian left, Exalted Immortal Envoy opened the white jade bottle. The next moment her pupil shrank. What kind of blood is this? Chapter 21-22. Bloodline. At this moment, the immortal envoy was incomparably shocked. She was not like Manager Xiao, who only looked at the power within the bloodline. She looked at the essence of the bloodline. She was an authoritative figure in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and had seen many powerful bloodlines. However, she had never seen such a unique and powerful bloodline. At this moment, she was even more certain that her gamble was not wrong. This youth was definitely not an ordinary person. The envoy of the left suddenly said, "This young man, should we investigate his background?" The heavenly immortal envoy shook her head. "This is a little offensive." The left emissary nodded. "That's true." At this time the immortal envoy suddenly said, "This bloodline, if it is given to a demon beast." At this point, she didn't continue. After Yi Xian left the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, he immediately found a quiet place and entered Xiaota, devouring the heart of the universe. Yi Xian started to crazily devour the universe core. He only had one goal right now, and that was to increase his cultivation. His goal wasn't the 5th level of the Eternity Heart Realm, nor was it the 6th level. Instead, it was above the Eternity Heart Realm. Become stronger. Why did he want to become stronger? If he wasn't strong, how could he act cool? He also wanted to be like his big brother saying, "I'm begging for death." He also wanted to be like his father. No matter who he faced, he would say, "That's it. That's all you got?" He wanted to be like Qinger, who would ask, "Where is your home?" Was acting cool a bad thing? No. In his opinion, acting cool was actually a good thing. One must have a goal in life. Otherwise, how would one be any different from a salted fish? Many people thought that he was acting tough to satisfy some kind of perverted pleasure in his heart. In fact, that was not the case. He was acting tough to make his struggle more meaningful. People have ambitions, desires, and pursuits. Is this wrong? Only when you have ambition, desire, and pursuit will you struggle with all your might. In the secular world, life was but 100. Why not let yourself live a more carefree life? Moreover, this was how society worked. If you didn't pretend, others would. If you don't believe me, look beside you. For example, in the countryside, among neighbors and relatives, whose children had some achievements outside, wouldn't their parents act tough to the heavens? Just like in the city, when classmates gather, who doesn't compliment each other, show off to each other, and show off to each other? Not to mention these small fries. Weren't those big shots the same? For example, someone once said, "I'm not interested in money." Another example, set a small target for him first. From Yi Xian's point of view, those who said that they didn't want to act pretentious could only mean two things. First, they were really powerful, and didn't want to act pretentious anymore. Second, they didn't have the ability to act pretentious. In a person's life, he would either be the one acting cool, or he would be the foil to help others act cool. Naturally, he wanted to do the former. In any case, he was very unhappy to see his father acting cool, but there was nothing he could do about it. There was also that big brother who kept saying, "Kill me." Every time he thought of this, his scalp would go numb. His ultimate goal was to one day beat up his big brother, beat up his old man. As for Qinger, he couldn't fight her. If he wanted to fight big brother and old man, he would need Qinger's help. It would be a little difficult for him to do it alone. While Yi Xian was cultivating, the entire demon sect was frantically searching for him. Back then, Yi Xian stood the demon sect up. This was not only looking down on the demon sect, but also slapping their face. Moreover, everyone now knew that Yi Xian had killed the experts of the demon sect. In this universe, who dared to go against the demon sect? Those who dared were basically dead. The intelligence system of the demon sect's 4 great halls had been mobilized. It had to be said that the intelligence system of the demon sect was very terrifying. Not long after, they already knew that Yi Xian had entered the demon god city. After knowing this news, the demon sect began to slowly seal off the entire demon god city. Then countless experts began to slowly search the city. Inside Xiaota, 3 months later, Yi Xian had already devoured more than 100 hearts of the universe. After devouring those hearts of the universe, he directly reached the third level of the eternal heart realm. After devouring more than 100 hearts of the universe, he only reached the third level. This made Yi Xian somewhat speechless. He knew that every time he advanced, the difficulty of the next advancement would greatly increase. However, he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Over 100 star veins only broke through one level. This made his balls ache. Fortunately, after reaching the third level, his strength had greatly increased. What was worth mentioning was that now that he could sever the future with his sword, the time had greatly increased. Now he could kill his opponent in 2 hours. 2 hours. There were advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it would be extremely difficult for the opponent to defend against it. It could be said that with this sword, even a 5th level expert would be easily killed by him. Even a 6th level expert would find it hard to defend against it. The disadvantage was that within these 2 hours, he must not be killed by the opponent. This was the biggest disadvantage of this sword. However, there was no other way. If it was too fast, the opponent would be able to sense it and defend against it. If it was too slow, he must survive during this period. Of course, in general, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Because now he could not only use one sword, he could use several swords in an instant, and these several swords could kill his opponent in 2 hours. Perhaps some people would say, wouldn't the opponent be stronger in the future? However, the problem was that there was only a difference of 2 hours. In these 2 hours, even if the opponent had a breakthrough, to what extent could he break through? Other than one sword to sever the future, his one sword to sever life had also greatly increased in power. With the support of the power of the bloodline, even a 5th level expert would find it hard to defend against his one sword to sever life. The power of time flow and the power of the bloodline were enough to easily kill a 5th level expert. If he added the power of the myriad world and the power of the myriad world, this sword would become even more terrifying. Actually, all this while, he had been constantly combining what he had learned into one sword. One sword to kill, one sword to rule. This was his ultimate goal. Yi Xian continued to devour the heart of the universe. Now he was devouring the 2nd level heart of the universe. When he devoured the 2nd level heart of the universe, he was slightly shocked. The 2nd level heart of the universe was much purer than the 1st level heart of the universe. There was no comparison at all. This made Yi Xian see hope of reaching the 4th level. Devour crazily. After his physical body reached the 3rd level, it had also been greatly strengthened. Therefore, it could withstand this endless energy. As for the power of his bloodline, it was needless to say. The energy of this heart of the universe was far from being able to harm his bloodline. However, what gave Yi Xian a headache was that the power of the bloodline did not strengthen. Until now, all aspects of him, including his soul, had been greatly strengthened. However, the power of the bloodline did not strengthen at all. In Xiaota's words, the power of the bloodline depended on whether he was crazy or not. The more crazy he was, the stronger the power of the bloodline would be. But now, as the king leaning mountain, it was very difficult for him to go crazy. This made Yi Xian give up on the idea of improving the power of the bloodline. This was because he realized that even if he activated the power of the bloodline, it was difficult for him to enter that completely crazy state. He also did not know why he could still have consciousness after activating the power of the bloodline. Perhaps only his father would know the answer to this question. Another 2 months passed. Yi Xian had already devoured all the 2nd level hearts of the universe. At this moment, his aura had reached a peak. He was only half a step away from the 4th level. However, he was confident because he still had some 3rd and 4th level hearts of the universe. Not only that, he still had a 6th level heart of the universe. To be honest, he was a little eager to devour that 6th level heart of the universe. However, he still endured it. Take it slow. Just as Yi Xian was about to devour the 3rd level heart of the universe, he suddenly frowned. The next moment, he directly left Xiaota. Just as he left Xiaota, a huge hand slammed down. Boom! The house he was in collapsed with a loud bang. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had already retreated hundreds of feet away. The moment he stopped, an old man appeared in front of him. Besides that, there were more than 10 powerful auras around him. Among them, most of them were 4th-level experts. Demon sect. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He had not expected that the demon sect would actually find him so quickly. Yi Xian did not make a move, but the green profound sword in his scabbard had already disappeared. In the distance, the old man stared at Yi Xian. "You're Yi Xian." Yi Xian. When the surrounding experts who had gathered because of the commotion heard the old man's words, their hearts were filled with shock. Yi Xian. This was the swordsman who had threatened to fight to the death with the demon sect? Of course, everyone knew that Yi Xian had gone back on his words. Therefore, when they looked at Yi Xian, there was a trace of ruminating smiles in their eyes. This was the swordsman who did not keep his word. More and more people and demons gathered around. Yi Xian took a look at the old man and said, "I'm not Yi Xian." The old man's brows creased slightly. "You're not Yi Xian?" Yi Xian nodded. "I think you've got the wrong person. I'm really not Yi Xian." The old man turned his head and looked at a man beside him. "Are you sure?" That man took a look at Yi Xian and hesitated for a moment before saying, "There's no mistake, he should be Yi Xian." The old man said in a deep voice, "Should? You're not sure?" The man replied, "I was originally sure, but he." Saying that, he took another look at Yi Xian. "You're really not Yi Xian?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm really not Yi Xian." The man asked in a deep voice, "Then who are you?" Yi Xian replied, "Yang Xian." The man frowned, "Yang Xian?" Yi Xian nodded. He glanced at the crowd, and then said in a somewhat innocent manner, "Everyone, if you're looking for Yi Xian, then look for Yi Xian. Why are you looking for me, Yang Xian?" The old man stared at Yi Xian. "You're really not Yi Xian?" Yi Xian raised his right hand. "I can swear to the heavens that if I'm not Yang Xian, then destroy my soul." Everyone. In Xiaota, Shinjiao hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Young Master Yi, you really can't make such a vow recklessly. You'll suffer retribution." Xiaota suddenly sighed. "Woman, you're still too young." Shinjiao. Chapter 21-23. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far away from Yi Xian. Seeing this middle-aged man, Yi Xian's expression froze. The person who came was Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, I wonder when did you change your surname?" Yi Xian stopped pretending and smiled. "Brother Yin Chuan, we meet again." Yin Chuan smiled. "Young Master Yi, you've made my demon sect wait for a long time." Yi Xian laughed. "I didn't do it on purpose." Yin Chuan frowned slightly. "Since you didn't do it on purpose, then there must be some problems?" Yi Xian said seriously, "I did it on purpose." Yin Chuan's expression froze. The expressions of the experts from the demon sect instantly turned unsightly. "On purpose?" Yin Chuan stared at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, I trust you very much. That's why I let you off that day. But you broke the promise, and made me break my promise to my hall master. What you did is not kind." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Brother Yin Chuan, you're wrong. That day you didn't let me off, I let you off." Hearing that, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. The next moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. When he saw that there was only a scabbard and no sword in his hand, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately roared, "Everyone be careful!" Before he could finish his words, the heads of the demon sect experts beside him suddenly flew up and blood spurted out like a fountain. It was extremely bloody. This scene caused everyone in the surroundings to be stunned, including Yin Chuan. At this moment, Yin Chuan's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew that Yi Xian had a sword that could slash the future, but that sword wasn't strong to this extent. One must know that some of the experts present were in the 4th-degree realm. Killing a 4th-degree realm expert in seconds? Did Yi Xian become stronger again? Or was he hiding his strength? At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his hand. He looked at Yin Chuan and smiled. "Brother Yin Chuan, farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rode on his sword. Run! This was the headquarters of the demon sect. Although he was confident, he wasn't so confident that he could fight against the entire demon sect alone. If he couldn't win, he would flee. It was not shameful. However, he'd just soared into the sky when the space in the horizon was suddenly torn apart. In the next moment, an enormous hand that could hold up the sky suddenly slapped down from the horizon. This palm strike felt as if the sky had collapsed. A terrifying oppressive feeling instantly shrouded Yi Xian. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs were about to be crushed. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Since you don't want me to leave, then I won't leave. Let's fight. Yi Xian gently lifted his thumb, and the green profound sword suddenly flew out from the scabbard. Accompanied by a sharp sword cry, a ray of sword light soared into the sky, tearing everything apart. Boom! In the sky, the giant hand collapsed with a loud bang. The sky shook. At this moment, an old man appeared in the sky above Yi Xian's head. The old man was dressed in a black robe, and his hands were placed behind his back. His gaze was so cold that it made one shudder. 5th degree realm practitioner. The old man looked at Yi Xian. You've killed my demon sex people and still want to leave? Yi Xian laughed. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. The old man narrowed his eyes and wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, If you have anything to say, please say it in your next life. As soon as he finished speaking, the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly soared into the sky. A vicious look flashed past the old man's eyes. Arrogant. As soon as his voice fell, he took a step forward and punched out. Boom! That punch shook the heavens and earth, as if there was a huge earthquake. This punch directly blasted onto the green profound sword, and it was forcefully stopped. However, in the next moment, the old man's pupils constricted abruptly, and his eyes were filled with astonishment, because his body was aging at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, his hair had turned white, and his body was emaciated like a skeleton. His lifespan was up. The old man looked at Yi Xian from afar with a blank look in his eyes. How is this possible? One must know that demonic beasts all had extremely long lifespans. And at that moment earlier, he felt that his lifespan had been sucked dry. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his hand. He looked at the old man. A dead person? Why bother saying so much and wasting time? Saying that, he sheathed the green profound sword and said, Next. Boom. The old man suddenly turned into a pile of dust, and was completely erased. Next. Yi Xian's voice was very calm, but it revealed an awe-inspiring dominance. At this moment, Xiao Ta's voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian's mind. Young master has finally stood up. Yi Xian. In the distance, Yin Chuan stared at Yi Xian. You did not hide your strength back then, but your strength has increased again. How can you improve so much in such a short time? Yi Xian looked at Yin Chuan and smiled. What is a genius? Not limited by talent, not limited by heaven and earth. Any martial arts can be learned with one look, mastered with one look, and any martial arts can be found out with just one look. This is a genius. If you have never seen such a person before, then at this moment. Saying that, he pointed at himself. You are lucky to see it, everyone. Yin Chuan stared at Yi Xian, and did not say a word, but his heart was rolling like a wave. When he saw Yi Xian previously, Yi Xian was definitely not this powerful. But now, Yi Xian could easily kill a 5th stage expert. How could he improve so much in such a short time? That was not normal. Although there were indeed some monsters in the world, these monsters could not be judged by common sense. But Yi Xian was a little too exaggerated. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, If there is no next person, then I will leave. After saying that, he walked out of the city in the distance. After acting tough, he quickly ran. Even if he wanted to act tough, he should know when to stop. When Yi Xian walked in front of the city gate, the gate suddenly closed. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks, and a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man wore a loose white robe, and his expression was calm. On his chest, there was a small demon character embroidered. He stood there like a vast and endless starry sky, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Some of the weaker ones even felt an invisible pressure. which made it difficult for them to breathe. This person was the lord of the ancient demon hall, one of the 4 great halls, Kuei Shen. In the demon sect, he was a person with real power. Kuei Shen. Some of the people present recognized Kuei Shen and cried out in surprise. Compared to the other hall lords, Kuei Shen had a higher profile. Moreover, he was in charge of many things in Demon God City, so he wasn't as mysterious as the other 3 hall lords. The demon sect experts retreated to stand behind Kuei Shen. Kuei Shen looked up and down at Yi Xian, then nodded. Not bad. Not bad at all. Hearing this, some of the demon sect experts couldn't help but look at Yi Xian. They knew that Kuei Shen's standards were extremely high, and ordinary people couldn't even enter his eyes. But now, he was saying that Yi Xian was not bad. Yi Xian smiled. One of the 4 hall lords. Kuei Shen nodded. Yi Xian shook his head. You came out very quickly. I thought you would send a few more stage 6 experts for me to practice with, and then the hall lord himself. I didn't expect that you would come out personally after I killed 2 people. Kuei Shen looked at Yi Xian. Ever since our demon sect was founded, no one has dared to look down on us. I'm very curious about the power behind you. Can you tell me? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. If I tell you, will the demon sect let me go? Kuei Shen shook his head. No. You provoked us, demon sect, so you must pay with your life. Yi Xian laughed. Then what difference does it make if I tell you or not? Hall Lord, there's no need for us to waste any more words. I've long heard that the 4 hall lords of the demon sect are as strong as gods. I, Yi Xian, am untalented, and would like to learn a thing or 2 from you. Kuei Shen nodded. Come. Yi Xian was about to make a move when a voice suddenly resounded in the distant sky. Wait! Yi Xian turned his head. Not far away, 2 people were walking towards him slowly. They were the immortal emissary and the left emissary of the immortal treasure pavilion. Yi Xian was surprised. Why were they here? Kuei Shen frowned as well. The heavenly immortal envoy and the left emissary walked into the square. The heavenly immortal envoy glanced at Yi Xian, then turned to Kuei Shen. Hall Lord Kuei, as far as I know, the conflict between your demon sect and young Master Yi was caused by a small matter. Now that things have escalated to this point, it really shouldn't have happened. Hall Lord Kuei, can you give my immortal treasure pavilion some face and let this matter rest? My immortal treasure pavilion is willing to compensate the demon sect for their losses. Compensate? Kuei Shen smiled. This person just killed more than a dozen of my demon sect disciples. Heavenly immortal envoy, do you think this is a matter of money? As for the conflict you spoke of, it's true that our demon sect, and he did have a conflict, because of a small matter. But did he give us any leeway? He didn't, did he? Hearing this, the heavenly immortal envoy's expression turned ugly. At this time, Yi Xian smiled. My father once said, I don't offend others, but if others offend me, I will kill them. If your demon sect bullies me, do I have to endure it? Swordsman, if you have to endure injustice, then what's the point of cultivating the sword? Kuei Shen nodded. Then just wait and see. Today my demon sect will bully you. Yi Xian laughed, and the green sword in his hand trembled violently. I, Yi Xian, may not be as strong as my elder brother, but right now, I'm going to put on a show. He looked at Kuei Shen. I, Yi Xian, beg the demon sect to kill me. Beg to kill. Kuei Shen clenched his right hand, and a terrifying aura erupted out like a volcano. In the blink of an eye, all of Demon God City was in an uproar. Off to the side, the heavenly immortal envoy narrowed her eyes and clenched her right hand. Kuei Shen looked at the heavenly immortal envoy. What? Is the immortal treasure pavilion going to protect this person? The heavenly immortal envoy fell silent. It had to be said that she was in a difficult position. There was no way to reconcile the conflict between Yi Xian and the demon sect, and if she protected Yi Xian, it would mean going against the demon sect. This was no laughing matter, and if she didn't protect him, then what was the point of the Black Heaven Medallion? Who in the world would believe that the immortal treasure pavilion was a VIP? To protect or not to protect? Off to the side, the heavenly immortal envoy suddenly said, Protect. The heavenly immortal envoy looked at the heavenly immortal envoy. The heavenly immortal envoy's expression was unsightly. I didn't approve of giving him the Black Heaven medallion before, because I was afraid that he would have great karma. But since we've given him the medallion, then he's a super VIP of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. If we abandon him now, then the good karma we've formed with him will vanish. Not only that, but no one in the world will believe that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is a VIP. The Heavenly Immortal Envoy said. But if we do that, then we'll be going against the demon sect. The Heavenly Immortal Envoy said. If the demon sect doesn't give us face, then why should we? After a moment of silence, the Heavenly Immortal Envoy said, Call for reinforcements. The Heavenly Immortal Envoy looked at the Kuei Shin in the distance and said, Hall Master Kuei, young Master Yi is a VIP of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. As long as someone from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is here, we'll protect him. If the demon sect really wants to make a move, then I'll kill you all. Everyone. Chapter 21-24. Immortal Treasure Pavilion. As soon as the left emissary finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. No one expected the Celestial Treasure Pavilion to protect Yi Xian. Furthermore, they were willing to go against the demon sect. This was the demon sect. Although the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was powerful, the demon sect was not to be trifled with. They were a bunch of man-eating demons. Moreover, they were in Demon God City, the territory of the demon sect. Had the Immortal Treasure Pavilion gone mad? Everyone thought that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had gone mad. Yi Xian was surprised as well. He did not expect the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to protect him. The Archgod was the most surprised. He had thought that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was just going through the motions. He did not expect them to be serious. The Archgod could not help but look at Yi Xian curiously. What was the relationship between Yi Xian and the Immortal Treasure Pavilion? Why was the Immortal Treasure Pavilion willing to go against the demon sect to protect him, Yi Xian? At this moment, more than 10 experts suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. They were all experts from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Most of them were at the 5th layer. Yi Xian looked at the envoy of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and was about to speak when the envoy of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion said, Young Master Yi, there's no need for you to say anything else. You have the Xiantian token and are an honored guest of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion will protect you. Is that so? At this moment, a voice came from the side. Not far away, a middle-aged man slowly walked over. He was bare-chested and only wore a pair of leather pants. The envoy of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's expression darkened. Yao Yi, the leader of the ancient demon hall. 2 hall leaders had appeared. Yao Yi slowly walked up to the envoy of the left and the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Is the Immortal Treasure Pavilion that awesome? The envoy of the left laughed heartily. He did not waste any words and immediately threw a punch. Yao Yi's eyes flashed with disdain. He also threw a punch. Boom. As soon as their fists collided, the envoy of the left retreated nearly 10,000 zhang. In terms of strength, the left envoy was naturally inferior to the demons. After the left high envoy stopped, he opened his palm, and a ball of flame suddenly rose from his hand. In the next moment he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Chi! The sky above Demon God City had been transformed into a blood-red sea of flames. Yao Yi's eyes narrowed slightly in the distance, and then he took another step forward, while clenching his right fist tightly. When the strand of flames swept towards him, he suddenly smashed his fist forward, and a strand of formidable force poured out like a torrent from his fist. Boom! The wave of fire was forcefully stopped by this terrifying force, but in the next moment, Yao Yi frowned because he noticed that his fist had started to burn. Yao Yi hurriedly shook his right hand when he saw this. Boom! A wave of fire shattered, and a man and a demon retreated at the same time. The surrounding sky was a mess. After the left high emissary stopped, he was about to attack again, but the heavenly immortal envoy stopped him. She looked at Yao Yi in the distance and asked, Hall Master Yao Yi, is there really no way to resolve this matter? Yao Yi sneered. Room for negotiation? How to ease the tension? This person killed more than 10 of my demon clan's demons. And you're here to talk to me about reconciliation? If you want to resolve this matter, bring his head. The heavenly immortal envoy's eyes instantly turned icy cold when she heard this. Meanwhile, Yao Yi spoke again. Heavenly immortal envoy, if your immortal treasure pavilion retreats now, then my demon sect can pretend that this matter never happened. But if your demon sect insists on interfering, then all of you will die here today. A wisp of disdain curled up the corners of the heavenly immortal envoy's mouth. With just the two of you? As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a token suddenly shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a huge and dazzling lotus appeared in the depths of the sky. Immortal Gathering Token! Someone exclaimed in shock. The Immortal Gathering Token. As soon as the token was issued, all the experts of the Mortal Treasure Pavilion had to rush over at the fastest speed possible. As soon as the token was issued, it meant that countless experts would rush to the Demon Immortal Realm. This wasn't a trivial matter, it was a huge matter. Suddenly, a ferocious expression flashed through Yao Ye's eyes. He opened his palm, and a black token suddenly shot into the sky and shot into the depths of the sky. The Beast Demon Token! Someone exclaimed in shock once more. As soon as the token was issued, the 10 Demon Kings had to bring their experts to the Demon Immortal Realm as soon as possible. This was going to be a huge battle. Secretly, some of the experts were horrified, and they fled towards the outside. A huge battle between immortals would bring disaster to the fish in the moat. Leave quickly. At this moment, Yao Yi suddenly said, Demon beasts of the 4 palaces heed my command. Anyone who enters the Demon Immortal Realm without permission will be killed without mercy. Killed without mercy. Within the Demon Immortal City, the experts of the 4 palaces shot into the sky and guarded the perimeter of the Demon Immortal Realm. Yao Yi looked at the heavenly immortal envoy with a ferocious expression. He pointed at Yi Xian angrily. Today, no one can protect him. I Yao Yi have said it. Yi Xian. At this moment, the heavenly immortal envoy suddenly walked to Yi Xian's side. She looked at Yi Xian and said, Kill your way out with us later. Yi Xian said solemnly, Miss Immortal, the price you have to pay for doing this is too high. The heavenly immortal envoy shook her head. Now is not the time to discuss the pros and cons, young Master Yi. Your strength is extraordinary. When the experts of my Immortal Treasures Pavilion arrive, you will follow us and kill your way out. Yi Xian was about to speak, when the heavenly immortal envoy lifted her head and looked into the starry sky. Our people are here. In the starry sky above the Demon Immortal City, the experts of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion had arrived. However, they were all stopped by the experts of the 4 palaces. But there was still an endless stream of experts from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion arriving. Below, Yao Yi suddenly looked at the heavenly immortal envoy with a ferocious expression. Kill, kill. As his voice rang out, he charged towards the left high envoy. The left high envoy was not to be outdone, and also charged over. The heavenly immortal envoy said solemnly, Young Master Yi, be careful. As she finished speaking, she transformed into a beam of white light and shot towards the chief god. As for the experts of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, they stood guard around Yi Xian. But very quickly, they were overwhelmed by the experts of the Demon Immortal Realm. In the battlefield, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. The Qingxian sword in his hand was long gone. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In the instant that he did so, the experts of the Demon Immortal Realm turned pale. Next, the heads of the experts of the Demon Immortal Realm flew off one by one, cleaving the future. This was not the sword he had used now, but the one he had used while they were talking. However, he did not use the Qingxian sword, because if he did, Yun Chuan would notice. But even without the Qingxian sword, this cleaving the future was not something that the average expert of the Demon Immortal Realm could handle. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen experts of the Demon Immortal Realm had fallen. Among them, there were even some 5th-tier demonic beasts. The bizarre turn of events caused Yao Yi and the archgod's faces to fall. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly lifted his head. As he did so, a cold gleam appeared between his brows. Yi Xian's face was calm, and a sword and shield appeared above his head. Qing Xian's sword and shield. Boom! The sword and shield shook violently, and Yi Xian and his shield retreated nearly 1,000 zhang back. As soon as he stopped, the cold gleam appeared before him again, quick as lightning. Yi Xian's face was calm, and the Qing Xian sword and shield blocked in front of him again. Boom! The sword and shield shook violently, and the powerful force sent both Yi Xian and the shield reeling back. As they retreated, the cold gleam followed them like a maggot in their bones. Yi Xian's face was as calm as ever. I'll block it. Qinger had said that only 4 people in this world could shatter the Qing Xian sword, and 3 of them were in cahoots with him. What did Yi Xian have to be afraid of? Besides, his physical body was strong enough. As long as Yi Xian was not killed, Yi Xian would never die. Bam! Yi Xian and his sword retreated again. Yi Xian was constantly being suppressed, but the cold gleam could not break through his shield. After a while, the cold gleam suddenly stopped. Yi Xian looked in front of him. Not far in front of him stood a man. The man had a horn on his head, and a piece of beast scale between his eyebrows. In the man's hand, he was holding a spear. Yi Xian frowned. Were these the other 2 hall masters? At this time, Supervisor Zhao's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Young Master Yi, this man is a super genius of the younger generation in the demon immortal realm. His name is Qi Xiu, and he is now in the 6th realm. Young Master Yi, be careful. The younger generation. Yi Xian looked at Qi Xiu. The latter glanced at the sword in Yi Xian's hand, and then his eyes flashed with disdain. If not for this sword, I can kill you in one move. Yi Xian smiled. Are you sure? Qi Xiu looked at Yi Xian. Do you dare not to use this sword? Yi Xian nodded. I dare. As his voice fell, the Qing Xian sword in his hand disappeared. Seeing this scene, Qi Xiu narrowed his eyes. You are still a man. As he said he was about to take action. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, Wait. Qi Xiu frowned slightly. What? Are you going back on your words? Yi Xian shook his head. No. There is just a small problem. As he said, he looked around and said, Where is your hierarch? Hierarch. In fact, he was secretly on guard against the mysterious hierarch, but until now, he did not feel the hierarch. Xiaota did not feel it either. In Xiaota's words, there were only 2 possibilities in this situation. The first one was that the hierarch was not there, so he could not feel it. The second one was that the hierarch was too strong, so he could only feel it when the hierarch attacked. Yi Xian naturally chose to believe the second one. Qi Xiu's mouth suddenly showed a touch of sarcasm. Hierarch? Do you deserve to fight with the hierarch? Yi Xian glanced at Qi Xiu and said, Young man, don't be so arrogant as a monster, you. Qi Xiu suddenly disappeared. He took action. Many people often died because of talking too much. Therefore, he did not choose to talk nonsense but directly attacked. However, when he rushed in front of Yi Xian, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously blocked with his spear. Qi! A tearing sound suddenly sounded from the field, and then, a sword directly penetrated Qi Xiu's eyebrows. One sword cut the future. Qi Xiu's body froze in place. He looked at Yi Xian in the distance, and was a little confused. Didn't you say you don't use this sword? Yi Xian looked at Qi Xiu helplessly. Brother, do you think we are playing house? We are fighting for life and death. Remember to use your brain in the next life. The brain is still a very important thing. Don't lose it. Hearing this, Qi Xiu felt that he couldn't breathe and died. Chapter 21-25. Future Slash. Yi Xian noticed that he'd slightly underestimated his future slash. Qi Xiu had sensed his future slash, but Qi Xiu hadn't been able to guard against it. Of course, the reason Qi Xiu had been able to sense it was because his attack had only been delayed for less than 15 minutes. He could be a little slower or a little faster. Yi Xian gazed at the green profound sword in his hand, and then it vanished in the next moment. Yun Chuan's expression instantly changed when the sword vanished. Watch out! He's attacking! He's attacking. The expressions of all the demon race experts changed drastically when they heard this. They'd witnessed the might of Yi Xian's future slash, so their expressions changed violently when they heard Yin Chuan's voice. All of them felt threatened, because they were deeply afraid that they'd become Yi Xian's next target. Yi Xian had a faint smile on his face. He just didn't attack, because he was just playing around. The longer he didn't attack, the more afraid those demon race experts were. Their hearts were tense, and they didn't dare relax at all. Yi Xian raised his head and glanced over. He noticed that more and more experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion were rushing over, but they were practically stopped by the experts of the demon race. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. I really owe the Immortal Treasure Pavilion a huge favor. I wonder if the pavilion master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is a woman. If she is, then I'm entirely capable of compensating her with my body. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Yi Xian's face instantly turned slightly red. I feel like I'm being quite shameless. Meanwhile, Yao Yi, who was fighting the left emissary, seemed to have sensed something, and his pupils constricted while he swiftly raised his arms to block in front of him. Bang! An expanse of light suddenly exploded apart. Yao Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, his arms had split apart into spiderwebs, and countless strands of blood seeped out. Yao Yi gazed at Yi Xian with a trace of fear in his eyes. Of course, there was even more rage in his eyes. You actually launched a surprise attack. Yi Xian glanced at Yao Yi and sighed in his heart. He had underestimated Yao Ye's physical body. That sword strike wasn't able to sever the other party's arm. Otherwise, once the sword entered the other party's body, he could directly suppress the other party's divine soul. What a pity! Yi Xian opened his palm, and then with a light wave, the green profound sword vanished directly. The expressions of those demon race experts changed drastically once more when they witnessed this scene. This was because they didn't know who Yi Xian's sword was going to target. An unknown death was the scariest. Meanwhile, Yi Xian glanced at the experts from the demon race and smiled. Don't stop. You guys continue fighting. My sword will fly for a while. The monster beasts. Yao Yi glanced coldly at Yi Xian, and was just about to speak when he suddenly raised his head. A dense crowd of experts had appeared in the sky. A wisp of a smile arose on the corners of Yao Ye's mouth when he witnessed this scene. And then he gazed at Yi Xian and said, Our Yao has arrived. Boom! Numerous formidable auras suddenly appeared in the boundless starry sky. The 10 great demon kings had arrived with their experts. This time, the 10 great demon kings had actually brought along a few thousand extraordinary experts from the demon sect, and the weakest amongst them was actually at the 3rd level. The High Immortal Ambassador and the left High Emissary's faces instantly sank when they witnessed this scene. As if she'd thought of something, the High Immortal Ambassador suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, kill our way out. Kill our way out. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Let's kill our way out together. The High Immortal Ambassador pondered briefly before she said, All right. Yi Xian suddenly pointed at Yao Yi and the Archgod. Help me stop these 2 demons. The High Immortal Ambassador glanced at Yi Xian. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, she and the left High Emissary vanished on the spot. Yao Ye's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. Watch out for that swordsman. Watch out for that swordsman. The experts of the demon race gazed at Yi Xian with vigilance in their eyes. There was no need to remind them, because they would be careful as well. Yi Xian's sword was impossible to guard against. Suddenly, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword had returned to his grasp. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Calm his heart. Focus. A moment of silence ensued before Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and then he slashed with his sword. A wave of sword light surged out like a waterfall. The expressions of all the demon beasts changed drastically, and they retreated explosively, severing their lifespans. He wasn't targeting a single demon beast. He was targeting the entire demon god city. With Yi Xian at the center, a mysterious energy of the passage of time swept swiftly towards the surroundings. Some of the demon beasts that were comparatively closer to Yi Xian were instantly transformed into dust, and the entire demon god city was transformed into ash at an extremely terrifying speed. At this moment, all the demon beasts were horrified, and they fled madly towards the surroundings. It was an indiscriminate attack. Yao Yi and the archgod were completely flabbergasted. What technique is that? Meanwhile, their expressions had changed as well, because the energy of the passage of time had arrived before them, and they were horrified and retreated in unison. Yi Xian suddenly gazed at the High Immortal Ambassador and the Left Ambassador. "Let's go first. I'll be right behind you." Both of them hesitated for a moment before they shot into the sky. Right when they were about to leave the city, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Rumble! An explosion resounded, and then the High Immortal Ambassador and the Left Ambassador crashed down from midair. They'd just descended to the ground when an enormous abyss appeared there. Yi Xian turned around and saw a black-robed man standing not too far away. The black-robed man had 2 horns on his head. The black-robed man glanced at Yi Xian, and then he suddenly pressed his right hand down. Bang! With him as the center, the space within a range of several million miles was frozen directly. Yi Xian /S reverse time force was also frozen along with it. The surroundings returned to normal. The fleeing experts of the demon race instantly heaved sighs of relief in their hearts, and they stopped in their tracks. Yi Xian looked at the black-robed man with a calm expression on his face, and he put the green profound sword away calmly. At this moment, the High Immortal Ambassador and the Left Ambassador appeared in front of Yi Xian, and they had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. The High Immortal Ambassador spoke solemnly. "His name is Wu Feng, the Hall Master of the Ferocious Demon Hall." Another Hall Master had arrived. Yi Xian asked, "Is he the strongest amongst the 4 Hall Masters?" The High Immortal Ambassador shook her head. "No, the strongest is Shen Huang from the Divine Demon Hall. I don't know if he's in the Demon Immortal Realm." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I understand." Wu Feng glanced at Yi Xian from afar, and then he said, "The power of time flow in the daytime space-time. I never expected you to be able to utilize that power to such an extent. Amazing." Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings, and then he said, "What power is that?" "It's actually able to freeze my power of time flow." He could sense that his power of time flow was still there, and it hadn't been destroyed. It was just sealed in ice and couldn't be utilized. Wu Qi said, "It's a special power." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the High Immortal Ambassador. "I'm quite curious. High Immortal Ambassador, according to what I know, you're a wise and far-sighted person. Is it really worth it for you to lead the entire Immortal Treasure Pavilion to become enemies with my demon sect? Was it worth it?" The High Immortal Ambassador smiled faintly. "There's no such thing as whether it's worth it or not. We've made our choice, so we naturally have to go all the way." Wu Feng nodded slightly. "My demon sect has no intention of becoming enemies with the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. But since this is your choice, then my demon sect won't say anything else." As he spoke, he looked up at the 10 demon kings in the sky. "Kill! Kill!" Hearing Wu Long's words, the 10 demon kings suddenly turned around and charged towards the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's experts who were rushing over. They were completely suppressed. Even though the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion were quite strong, it was the territory of the demon sect. Coupled with the fact that the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion only arrived intermittently, the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion weren't a match for the experts of the demon sect at all. The High Immortal Ambassador and the Left Emissary's faces became quite unsightly when they witnessed this scene. If this continued, then it would be extremely disadvantageous to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Meanwhile, Wu Feng gazed at Yi Xian. "Young man, I don't care who's standing behind you or what power you have. All I know is that you've killed a demon from my demon sect, and you'll pay the most horrible price of your life." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 mysterious greater demons suddenly appeared behind him. Wu Feng glanced at Yi Xian, and then his figure suddenly shot forward. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, as the green profound sword suddenly flew up and transformed into a sword shield in front of him. Boom! As an explosion resounded, Yi Xian retreated hundreds of kilometers away along with his shield. As soon as he stopped, Wu Feng appeared in front of him again, and he slammed his fist onto Yi Xian's sword and shield again. Boom! The sword shield shook violently, and Yi Xian and his shield retreated again. After Yi Xian stopped, Wu Feng was about to strike again when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait!" Wu Feng frowned. "What are you doing?" Yi Xian said, "Let me strike back." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the sword shield transformed back into a sword and returned to his hand. In the next instant, he gathered the power of the 10,000 realms, and even his own bloodline power. He knew that against the Hall Master before him, he had to give it his all. Yi Xian took a step forward, and with a flick of his thumb, the green profound sword suddenly flew out from the sheath. This sword strike was like a river of stars raining down, and the powerful force instantly tore the entire demon immortal realm apart. Countless humans and demonic beasts were shocked, and looked towards the sky above demon immortal city. From afar, Wu Feng narrowed his eyes, and for the first time he looked serious. He took a step forward, and his right arm crossed before him. Heaven and earth guard. Boom! A powerful force suddenly surged out of his body, and finally gathered on his arm. Rumble! Along with the eruption of an expanse of light, Wu Gui's arm split apart. At the same time, he'd instantly retreated explosively for over 100 kilometers, and as soon as he stopped moving, the expanse of space he resided in was instantly obliterated and transformed into pitch-black darkness. Wu Feng closed his eyes slowly. His physical body had been completely torn apart, but was healing rapidly. After a while he looked at Yi Xian. Very strong. Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand, and smiled faintly. Same to you. Wu Feng stared at Yi Xian. Immortal Treasures Pavilion can't protect you. Today, this world will be the burial ground for you, and everyone from Immortal Treasures Pavilion. As he spoke, he was about to strike, but at this moment, an angry roar suddenly boomed from afar. Who dares to hurt the young master of my Xian realm? Who the hell dares? P.S. Is it too much to ask for a ticket or a reward today? Chapter 21-26. The Young Master of the Dark World. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. Who's the young master of the Dark World? All the spectators raised their heads and looked up into the sky, and they saw two old men dashing over from afar. It was Xian Yin and Xian Wu who'd headed to the Zhou clan to look for Yi Xian. Fang Wulong frowned slightly when he saw them. Who are they? Xian Yin and Xian Wu appeared in front of Yi Xian. They hesitated for a moment when they saw Yi Xian, and then Xian Yin asked cautiously, "Young master, are you Yi Xian?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded. "Who are you?" Xian Yin hesitated for a moment and said, "Young master, can I take a look at your bloodline?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Who are you?" Xian Yin hurriedly said, "We have no ill intent, and we just want to confirm young master's identity." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he activated the mad demon bloodline within him. However, both of them were stunned. Xian Yin frowned slightly. "Isn't that so?" As they spoke, they exchanged glances, and there was a trace of doubt in their eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "I have another bloodline." As he spoke, he activated the undying bloodline. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the undying bloodline, and then they were overjoyed. After that they bowed deeply to Yi Xian. "Young master! Young master!" Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, "Both of you work for mother?" Xian Yin hurriedly said, "Yes." Yi Xian spoke softly. "Is mother well?" Xian Yin nodded. "She's very well, but she really misses young master. However, the sword master didn't allow her to come look for you, and he said that you should grow on your own. This time, she really couldn't help but send us to look for you." Yi Xian smiled. "Both of you know my father?" Xian Yin nodded. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Then why don't both of you recognize my bloodline?" "Bloodline?" Xian Yin bitterly smiled. "We have never seen young master's bloodline." Yi Xian still wanted to ask something, but Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, with master's current strength, it's basically impossible for him to activate the crazy demon bloodline. Hence, other than those people from the previous batch, it's basically impossible for other people to know about his crazy demon bloodline. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Meanwhile, Wu Feng suddenly said, "Are you done chatting?" Xianyin turned and looked at Wu Feng. "Are you the one who wants to kill my Xian world's young master?" Wu Lin narrowed his eyes. "Profound world's young lord?" Xianyin sneered. "What, haven't you heard of the profound world?" Wu Jin nodded. "I have never heard of the profound world. Is the profound world very powerful?" Xianyin laughed heartily. His laughter was very unbridled. At this time, Yi Xian pulled Xian Wu's sleeve. "Senior, is the profound world very powerful?" Xian Wu bitterly smiled. "Young master, you can just call me Xian Wu. I really don't dare call you senior." Yi Xian smiled. "Answer my question first." Xian Wu hesitated for a moment before he said, "To be a little humble, it's more powerful than the demon sect." Yi Xian blinked. "Why don't you say it humbly?" Xian Wu smiled proudly. "The demon sect is nothing." Yi Xian was speechless. Xian Wu hadn't concealed his voice, so his words were heard throughout the surroundings. When they heard Xian Wu, the expressions of all the demon beasts here instantly became unsightly. The demon sect is nothing. This isn't just looking down on the demon sect. It's an insult to the demon sect. Wu Feng suddenly shook his head and smiled. "Amazing. Up until now, no one has dared to say that my demon sect is nothing. The profound world? I'd like to see how strong your profound world is. Don't disappoint my demon sect." Xianyin laughed. "We won't." Wu Feng stared at Xianyin. "Since both of you are so arrogant, then I presume your strengths are definitely not bad. Come, let me experience your strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Feng suddenly leaped up and smashed his fist towards Xianyin. This punch shook the heavens and the earth. The physical strength of demon beasts was formidable, and coupled with the fact that Wu Feng wasn't an ordinary demon beast, his full strength was sufficient to obliterate the heavens and the earth. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Xianyin's eyes, and then he took a step forward and pointed forward. "River of stars! River of stars!" As soon as he pointed forward, the scene here changed. In an instant, Xianyin and Wu Feng were within a boundless starry sky. At the same time, the boundless starry sky actually seemed like it had exploded, and it started to be obliterated inch by inch. River of stars. Xianyin chose to go head-on against Wu Feng's punch. Bang! As soon as the fist and finger collided, the heavens and the earth collapsed. Rumble! Both of them retreated explosively at the same time. As they retreated, the powerful impact from their collision caused countless strands of space to shatter and be obliterated. On the other hand, all the demon beasts in the surroundings retreated repeatedly and avoided the aftershock of their collision. Next to them, Yi Xian was a little shocked. He had to admit that Xianyin and Wu Feng were very strong. He didn't know whether or not they were experts above the 6th stage, but they were both very terrifying. Of course, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, only excitement. All the blood in his body was boiling. Fight! He really wanted to fight. Yi Xian looked at the archgod and clenched his sword in his left hand. The archgod could also sense Yi Xian's fighting spirit. He looked at Yi Xian, narrowed his eyes, and slowly clenched his right hand. At that moment, Xian Wu stood in front of Yi Xian. "Young master, they don't need you to fight them. Subordinate." With that, he charged directly at the archgod. Yi Xian was speechless. Super speechless. He really wanted to fight. He really didn't want to rely on his father or his sister. No, now he had a mother. When he thought of this, Yi Xian was even more speechless. He seemed to be walking further and further on the path of relying on a mountain. The left emissary walked to the immortal ambassador and asked softly, "Do you know about the mystic realm?" The immortal ambassador hesitated, then shook her head. "I don't know." The left emissary frowned. "Even you don't know?" Although their strengths were similar, he didn't care much about the outside world. Most of the matters were handled by the immortal ambassador. Therefore, the immortal ambassador could be said to be very knowledgeable. He didn't expect that even the immortal ambassador didn't know about the mystic realm. The immortal ambassador glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, "Young Master Yi is very mysterious." With that, she suddenly turned to the left emissary. "When will the southern emissary arrive?" The left emissary said in a low voice, "At most a quarter of an hour." A quarter of an hour. The immortal ambassador's eyes flashed with worry. "I hope we can make it in time." As she spoke, she lifted her head to look at the starry sky. At this point, Immortal Treasure's pavilion had already lost many experts. If this carried on, the experts from Immortal Treasure's pavilion, who rushed over, might all be wiped out. Moreover, she noticed that more and more experts from Demon Sect were rushing back to Demon Immortal Realm. Immortal Treasure's pavilion's main pavilion was too far away from here, and the true elite experts of Immortal Treasure's pavilion were all at the main pavilion. Therefore, Immortal Treasure's pavilion was at a disadvantage when they rashly chose to fight the Demon Sect. But there was no other way. In the end, she still chose to gamble. She had no way out, and neither did Immortal Treasure's pavilion. If she didn't choose to protect Yi Xian, who would believe that Immortal Treasure's pavilion's VIP treatment in the future? As though she thought of something, the Immortal Ambassador suddenly looked at Yi Xian. She noticed that Yi Xian had been very calm from the start. And this mystic realm? What kind of power was this mystic realm? The Immortal Ambassador sighed in her heart. She didn't know how to end this. At this moment, the distant horizon suddenly split open. The next instant, more than 10 shadows rushed out from the crack in time and space. Seeing this, the Immortal Ambassador's face sunk. Another expert from Demon Sect. What's more, 3 of them were 6th degree realm practitioners. The rest of them were all 5th stage realm experts. After those 10 overshadows rushed out, they headed straight for Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression was calm as he slowly closed his eyes. The green profound sword in his left hand started to vibrate slightly. When those 10 overshadows rushed to Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment he pulled out his sword, and with a sweep, a flash of sword light was like a waterfall. One sword strike to kill. Once the sword was drawn, everything in the field turned into dust. The 3 Demon Sect 6th stage realm experts had a drastic change of expression as they retreated quickly. As for those 5th stage realm experts behind them, their reactions weren't that fast. They had just retreated when they were hit by the power of time and died on the spot. One sword strike to kill 10 over 5th stage realm experts. The expressions of the 3 Demon Sect 6th stage realm experts turned unprecedentedly solemn. And they looked at Yi Xian, as if they were looking at a monster. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword vanished. Meanwhile, the archgod suddenly said, "Watch out. That sword strike is to slash the future. All of you must be on guard at all times and don't be careless." Slash the future. When they heard the archgod's words, the 3 Demon Sect 6th stage experts immediately retreated together. And then they set up countless powerful barriers to guard the area they were in. As for Yi Xian, he just smiled and did nothing. Suddenly, the pupils of the archgod who was fighting with Xian Wu constricted, and he used his right arm to block the attack. Bang! A flash of sword light shattered, and then the archgod was pushed back thousands of meters. That sword strike was aimed at him. Yi Xian was about to strike again when he suddenly looked up and saw a fist descending from the sky. Yi Xian commanded in his heart, and the green profound sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked above his head. Bang! The sword shield trembled violently as soon as the fist collided with it, and then Yi Xian crashed into the ground. Bang! The ground instantly split open, and an enormous bottomless abyss appeared there. A man fell slowly from the sky. He wore a simple linen robe, and he had his hands behind his back. Every single step he took caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. Moreover, his aura was so strong that it made the heavens and the earth seem slightly illusory. The heavens and the earth couldn't endure his strength at all. The High Immortal Ambassador and the left emissaries' faces instantly turned extremely unsightly, because the person who'd just arrived was the leader of the 4 halls of the Demon Sect, the master of the Desolate Demon Palace, Shen Huang. The Desolate Demon Palace was the leader of the 4 halls, and Shen Huang was the leader of the 4 hall masters. In the entire demon sect, his status was so high that he was only inferior to the mysterious sect master of the demon sect. Shen Huang glanced at the bottom of the abyss with a calm expression. The young master of the dark world? Is he very powerful? His voice was calm as water, but it carried disdain that came from his bones. Chapter 21-27. God Wilderness. This was definitely a legend in the demon sect. Countless young men were already invincible in the entire demon sect. Of course, the mysterious demon sect leader had to be eliminated. There was a record in the demon sect that no one had ever broken. That was when God Wilderness, as a profound life realm cultivator, killed a 5th-tier Eternity Heart Realm cultivator. Killing a 5th-tier Eternity Realm cultivator. How heaven-defying was this? As for God Wilderness, he was even more unfathomable. Besides, it had been a long time since the demon sect had seen him in action. It could be said that in the demon sect, God Wilderness was a godlike existence. Seeing God Wilderness, the immortal envoy, and the left emissaries' faces darkened. They were wary of God Wilderness but not afraid of him, because the south emissary was already on her way, and now, God Wilderness had appeared before her. At this moment, everyone seemed to have thought of something, and looked down at the endless abyss. Where was Yi Xian? He couldn't be dead, right? God Wilderness looked at the endless abyss and frowned. In the next instant he raised his arm to block. A sword slashed down. Boom! The sword light shattered, and God Wilderness's arm trembled violently, then split apart, and he retreated dozens of feet. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared above God Wilderness's head. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, and in that instant, the power of the myriad realms gathered in his hand. Then he drew his sword and slashed. Instant of life and death. He had used all of his strength in this strike. As the sword slashed down, the sword light was like a waterfall, tearing the heavens and earth apart. God Wilderness's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his right hand. In that instant, a mysterious power suddenly spread from his body to his arm, and in the next instant he punched out. With this punch, the roar of a demonic beast suddenly resounded throughout the demon immortal realm. Countless demonic beasts were horrified, and prostrated themselves on the ground shivering. Bloodline suppression. The moment the fist and sword collided. Boom! Yi Xian retreated explosively, and this retreat was into the endless abyss of time and space. And God Wilderness also retreated nearly 1,000 feet. Not only that, his entire right arm was completely split apart, but it quickly recovered. Strong physical body. In the distance, in the endless space-time abyss, Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand, his expression calm. He had forcefully withstood all the power of the divine Wilderness's punch. Reverse compliance body. Although he wasn't a demonic beast, the physique that he had created was not any weaker than a demonic beast's. Of course, in terms of strength, he was still inferior to the divine wasteland. After all, demonic beasts had a unique advantage in terms of strength. Seeing that Yi Xian was fine, the faces of Wu Feng and the other demonic beasts darkened. They realized that they seemed to have underestimated Yi Xian's strength. At this time, the God Wilderness suddenly took a step forward. Time and space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles rippled like water. Then he clenched his right fist, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the entire demon immortal realm. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Calm your mind. Focus. The Qingxian sword in Yi Xian's left hand suddenly trembled slightly. At this moment, Divine Desolate suddenly punched out. Boom! A golden fist suddenly swept across the battlefield. In an instant, the entire sky was set ablaze. At the side, Xianyin suddenly exclaimed, "Young master, be careful." Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Damn it! I thought you were going to take it from me. Speaking of which, did Xianyin and Xianwu think that he was very strong? Neither of them were fighting, but they did not come to help. Instead, they chose to watch him fight with the divine Wilderness. Asking for help? He really couldn't hold on to his face anymore. I'll take it myself. Yi Xian took a step forward and slashed with his sword. One sword sever. This sword slashed directly on the fist. Boom! The fist trembled violently, and then rapidly dissipated. However, the powerful force of the punch sent him flying back tens of thousands of zhang. When he stopped, Yi Xian felt his entire right arm go numb. That arm did not seem to belong to him. Meanwhile, Divine Desolate suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils constricted abruptly. At this moment, he felt like a few dozen mountains were smashing down towards him. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the Qingxian sword transformed into a shield in front of him. Boom! The Qingxian shield suddenly trembled violently, and a powerful force passed through the shield and smashed onto Yi Xian. Bang! Yi Xian retreated explosively with the shield for over 100 kilometers. He just stopped when a figure flashed over once more. Boom! Yi Xian retreated explosively once more, and the space he was in collapsed into nothingness. However, Yi Xian hadn't stopped when Divine Desolate flashed over once more, and then he punched out once more. This punch was even more ferocious and overbearing. Meanwhile, Xianyin hurriedly said, "Young master, be careful." Yi Xian almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. "Big brother, don't just tell me to be careful. Help me. Are you afraid of hurting my pride? It's fine. I don't care about face, help me." However, no one helped him. They were all watching him fight Divine Desolate head-on. Meanwhile, Divine Desolate's punch had arrived. This punch gave him the feeling as if it could shatter the heavens and the earth, and it was extremely terrifying. Yi Xian lightly flicked his thumb, and the Qingxian sword suddenly flew out from its sheath. One sword slash. Right now, he could only execute one sword slash because the power of that instant of life and death was inferior to Divine Desolate. Even with the power of the myriad worlds and the myriad worlds, it was still inferior. When Yi Xian's sword slashed down on the punch, a wave of sword light suddenly erupted. Boom! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, and he instantly retreated explosively. On the other hand, Divine Desolate frowned because he noticed that the power of his punch had actually disappeared. However, Yi Xian's power of flowing time was unable to annihilate his right hand. His body was not an ordinary body. Unless he stood still, it would be impossible for Yi Xian's power of flowing time to destroy his body. Divine Desolate looked at Yi Xian in the distance. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, a sinister look flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, the blood in his body began to boil. Boom! Bloodline power. Madness! Yi Xian's eyes turned blood red, and the space-time he was in turned into a sea of blood. Seeing this scene, Divine Desolate frowned slightly. Bloodline power. Yi Xian looked at Divine Desolate in the distance and said in his heart, "Xiao Ta, why am I still clear-headed after activating my bloodline? Damn, can't you let me go crazy for once?" Madness. He knew that the power of the bloodline completely depended on how crazy he was. The crazier he was, the more terrifying the power. But the problem was, even if he completely activated his bloodline, his mind was still clear. Damn it! Is my bloodline fake? At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "I think your bloodline might have mutated." Yi Xian frowned slightly. Mutated? Xiao Ta said seriously. Yes. Yi Xian did not understand. Why would it mutate? Xiao Ta said indifferently. Maybe you are too shameless. Even the madness demon bloodline can't affect you. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta continued. Young master, I have an idea. Although you won't really go crazy, you can pretend to be crazy. In other words, you can lie to yourself that you are crazy. Maybe you can. Yi Xian. At this moment, Divine Desolate suddenly said, "Is this your final trump card?" Yi Xian looked at Divine Desolate. He slowly closed his eyes and said in his heart, "I have gone crazy." After saying that, he suddenly let out a strange cry, then fiercely charged forward and slashed at Divine Desolate. Divine Desolate slightly narrowed his eyes and punched out. Bang! A ray of blood-red light suddenly erupted, and Divine Desolate was actually blasted 3 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving, his fist instantly split open, and a strand of blood sprayed out. All the experts here were shocked by this scene. Divine Desolate frowned as he gazed at his right hand, which had split open, and a trace of seriousness appeared in the depths of his eyes. In the distance, Yi Xian was also struck dumb. What the fuck? I can even pretend to be crazy. When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian instantly became excited, and he let out another strange cry as he gazed at Divine Desolate. After that, he transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta, who resided within Yi Xian's body, suddenly said, "After the young master followed the bloodline, it has become gaudy as well. If this continues, the Yang clan's bloodline will deteriorate." The following scene caused everyone's expressions to become strange. They noticed that Yi Xian had gone mad. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that after Yi Xian went mad, his strength had become extremely terrifying. What was going on? Even madness can make one stronger? By relying on the energy of his bloodline and the green profound sword, Yi Xian was actually on par with Divine Desolate. Moreover, he even seemed to have the upper hand. This caused the expressions of all the experts from the demon race to become extremely unsightly. After all, Divine Desolate was like a god in their hearts. However, this Yi Xian was actually able to fight on par with him. Suddenly, Divine Desolate stopped moving, but Yi Xian didn't stop, and he charged over to Divine Desolate once more. Divine Desolate's eyes narrowed slightly, and then his body actually started to transform. In the blink of an eye, he'd returned to his true form. Divine Desolate's true form was shaped like a giant ape. His entire body was blood red, and his arms were like pillars that could hold up the heavens and the earth. After he returned to his true form, a ferocious expression flashed through Divine Desolate's eyes, and then he punched forward. This punch was at least 10 times stronger than before. 10 times. What did that mean? Bang! The blood-red ray of light in front of him shattered into pieces, and then Yi Xian was blasted, flying along with his shield. As he flew, he smashed through a few tens of thousands of mysterious spaces, and when he stopped, his body had split apart while countless strands of blood sprayed out. Moreover, traces of cracks had actually appeared on the green profound sword. The expressions of Xian Wu, Xian Yin, and the others instantly became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Xian Wu gazed at Yi Xian, who was covered in blood, and he said with a trembling voice, "Young master, watch out." Yi Xian, who was able to maintain his composure, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this, and he almost died on the spot. Chapter 21-28. Watch out. Yi Xian really wanted to stab that geezer with his sword. "Can't you see how miserable I am? Don't just shout for me to be careful. Come help me." Needless to say, his injuries were really severe this time. After the divine wilderness returned to his true form, a single punch from him had almost obliterated his soul. It was too strong. Meanwhile, the divine wilderness was about to attack. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene, and then he gazed at Xian Yin. Xian Yin's eyes were filled with anxiety. "Young master, you have to watch out." Yi Xian's face froze, and he almost flew into the sky. Meanwhile, the divine wilderness punched forward once more. This punch headed straight for Yi Xian. As soon as this punch was executed, the world started to be obliterated. This world couldn't endure the terrifying force of this punch at all. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yi Xian's eyes when he saw this punch approach, and he was about to go all out and fight with his life on the line. Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of Yi Xian, and she tapped lightly with a jade flute in her hand. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of countless people, that fist was forcefully blocked by this tiny jade flute. Bang! The space in the surroundings seethed and was obliterated, but the woman and Yi Xian were safe and sound. The immortal ambassador and left ambassador instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw the woman. The south ambassador. The woman before them was the South Ambassador of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and she was the leader of the 3 ambassadors. The Divine Wilderness's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw her. "What? Does your Immortal Treasure Pavilion really intend to go to war with my demon sect?" The South Ambassador didn't answer him, and she turned around to look at Yi Xian instead. At this moment, Yi Xian saw the woman's appearance clearly as well. She wore a dark green dress that was embroidered with mountains, rivers, and bamboo leaves. Her long hair hung casually behind her, but it didn't seem disheveled. Her appearance wasn't peerless, but it was extremely pleasing to the eye. Moreover, there was a faint smile on her face, and it gave others the feeling of a warm spring breeze. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young miss, you're really beautiful." The others were speechless. Ambassador Nan was slightly startled, but he immediately smiled and said, "Thanks." As she said that, she opened her palm and a pill slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. "This pill will help you, quickly take it." Yi Xian did not suspect anything. He took the elixir and swallowed it. As soon as the elixir entered his body, Yi Xian's body began to recover at a terrifying speed. Of course, this was also because of his bloodline. The southern envoy looked at Yi Xian and faintly smiled. Her voice was as soft as the wind. "Your bloodline isn't simple at all." Yi Xian looked at the divine wasteland who had returned to his original body in the distance. "Miss, can you beat him?" The southern envoy shook his head. Yi Xian frowned. "You can't beat him?" The southern envoy laughed and said, "He won't die. His physical body is extremely special. If he doesn't have a divine object, then he will forever be invincible amongst those of the same realm." Yi Xian immediately offered the green profound sword. "Miss, you can use this sword." The southern envoy glanced at the green profound sword, and a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Young master, your sword is really special. I'm afraid the person who made this sword is invincible." Yi Xian laughed. It's all right. It's all right. She's just a little stronger than me." The southern envoy glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Young master, although this sword is powerful, I don't use it." Yi Xian laughed. "It's fine. This sword can transform into any form." The southern envoy blinked. "Really?" Yi Xian nodded and smiled. "You're so beautiful. How could I have the heart to lie to you?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, the expressions of the immortal envoy and the left envoy immediately became strange. The demon beasts also had strange expressions. "Damn, this human doesn't seem like a good person." A brilliant smile appeared on the southern envoy's face when she heard Yi Xian. "Young master, your words are really pleasing to the ear." As she spoke, she picked up the green profound sword, and then it transformed into a flute with a command in her heart. A trace of surprise flashed in the southern envoy's eyes when she witnessed this scene. In the next moment, that trace of surprise transformed into shock. The southern envoy gazed at Yi Xian and grinned. "Young master, can you give this sword to me?" Yi Xian smiled and was about to nod. Meanwhile, Xiaota suddenly said, "Fuck. Young master, calm the fuck down." Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this, and he finally came to his senses. "That's the green profound sword. It seems like it can't be given away just like that." Meanwhile, the southern envoy grinned. "I was just joking." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the divine wilderness. Yi Xian felt slightly embarrassed. If Xiaota hadn't stopped him, he would have almost nodded. "I'm a decent person, so how could I be bewitched by beauty? It shouldn't be." Xiaota suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Young master, I suspect that if she had asked you for me just now, you would have given me to her without hesitation." Sol suddenly said, "Don't doubt it, he definitely would." Xiaota was speechless. Yi Xian felt slightly embarrassed, and he smiled embarrassedly. How? How could I?" Meanwhile, the southern envoy walked over to the divine wilderness, and she looked up at him. "I've long heard of the divine wilderness temple master's name. I would like to seek guidance from you today." The divine wilderness stared at the southern envoy. "Bring it on." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up and punched down. As soon as this punch descended, the heavens and the earth collapsed. The formidable force was like a volcanic eruption that instantly swept through the surroundings, and the space-time in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was instantly annihilated. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings turned solemn when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian frowned deeply. He looked at the southern envoy. "Can she block this punch?" All the experts present looked at the southern envoy. Under everyone's gazes, the southern envoy took a step forward. She picked up the jade flute in her hand and placed it in front of her mouth. In the next moment, a beautiful tune drifted out. When one first heard this tune, it was like a torrent of water pouring down from a towering mountain. It surged with passion and stirred the hearts of all. But soon, the tune suddenly changed, and it was like a spring breeze that slowly brushed past, refreshing the hearts of all. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. Everyone was mesmerized by the beautiful music. Everyone had overlooked the divine wilderness's shocking punch. Did the divine wilderness stop? Not at all. When his fist was a few dozen meters away from the southern envoy, a mysterious force directly disintegrated all the strength of his punch. His originally extremely terrifying punch had become a soft punch without any strength. The divine wilderness was horrified, and he hurriedly stopped and retreated explosively. As soon as he stopped, his fist suddenly split open and blood sprayed out. Not only that, his body and soul were actually slowly separating. His body and soul were separating. The divine wilderness's pupils constricted, and he was horrified to the extreme. He retreated explosively once more, and this time he retreated over 30 kilometers away. After that, he started to madly suppress the mysterious force within his body, but his body and soul were still slowly separating. A wisp of a complicated expression flashed through Southern Envoy's eyes as she gazed at the jade flute in her hand. She crushed the divine wilderness? Indeed, she crushed the divine wilderness, but it was all thanks to the jade flute in her hand. Originally, she and the divine wilderness should have been evenly matched. But after Yi Xian lent her the sword, she realized that the jade flute transformed from the green profound sword had increased the strength of her divine ability by at least 6 or 7 times. Especially in terms of her soul, she hadn't expected that her divine ability would actually be able to forcefully separate the divine wilderness's soul. Heaven-defying. She suddenly glanced at Yi Xian and realized that it was a waste for the sword to be in Yi Xian's hands. Should I take it for myself? Southern Envoy's face instantly turned slightly red when she thought up to this point, and she cursed herself in her heart. He was kind enough to lend me the sword, so how could I have such shameless thoughts? Meanwhile, Yi Xian walked over to her side and said, "Miss Southern Envoy, why aren't you continuing to hit him?" Southern Envoy withdrew her thoughts and gazed at the divine wilderness in the distance. At this moment, the divine wilderness's soul and body had been completely separated, and it could be said that he was at his weakest. Southern Envoy hesitated for a moment before she said, "When experts fight, they usually stop at a certain point." Yi Xian was dumbstruck when he heard this. Stop at a certain point? Yi Xian's mind was buzzing. Why is there something wrong with this young lady's head? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "How are we going to leave this place if we don't kill him?" Southern Envoy thought for a moment and said, "I'll talk to him." As she spoke, she looked at the divine wilderness and said, "Divine Wilderness Palace Master, my immortal treasure pavilion doesn't want to go too far. We just want to leave. As long as you nod your head, we'll stop at a certain point, and each of us will be fine. What do you think?" The divine wilderness looked at Southern Envoy with an incomparably ferocious expression. "Stop at a certain point? Southern Envoy, your immortal treasure pavilion has looked down on my demon sect today. Do you think we can let this matter go so easily?" Southern Envoy sighed softly. "Divine Wilderness Palace Master, your strength and mine were originally evenly matched, but now that I have this divine weapon, if you continue to be so obstinate, then I'll have no choice but to kill you. Although killing you will cause us to form a death grudge, young Master Yi is my immortal treasure pavilion's honored guest. My immortal treasure pavilion has no choice but to protect him." The divine wilderness stared at Southern Envoy. "Then kill me." Southern Envoy thought for a moment before she nodded. "As you wish. Actually, I've long had thoughts about your demon core, but I've never had a good reason." Yi Xian glanced at Southern Envoy. "Damn, this girl still has thoughts about my demon core. If she has thoughts, then kill her." She didn't waste any more time. She took a step forward and opened her palm. The jade flute in her hand suddenly turned into a beam of green light and flew out. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful note flashed across the field. In the distance, the divine wilderness, whose body and soul had been separated, slowly closed his eyes. He opened his palm, and the ground in the distance suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, a giant axe suddenly soared into the sky and landed firmly in his hand. Demon God Axe. In the field, a demon beast expert cried out in alarm. Demon God Axe. This was the #1 treasure of the demon sect, the divine object of the demon god. The demon god's eyes flashed fiercely. Demon God, help me. Boom! The demon God axe suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, a red light suddenly surged out and entered the divine wilderness's body. Boom! The divine wilderness's aura suddenly surged. Not only that, his separated body and soul directly fused together. The power of the demon god. At this moment, Southern Envoy suddenly stopped. She retreated to Yi Xian's side and handed the jade flute to Yi Xian. Why don't you do it? Yi Xian. Chapter 21-29. I'll fight him myself? Yi Xian's face was filled with black lines. Divine Wilderness's current strength had increased by at least a few times. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to defeat Divine Wilderness in his current state. Meanwhile, Southern Emissary spoke softly. The demon god's energy is a very mysterious energy. Devout believers might be able to obtain the demon god's blessing and obtain the demon god's energy. Now that he has the demon god's energy, we can't defeat him at all. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Then what should we do? Southern Emissary looked at Yi Xian. Flee. Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded. Great minds think alike. As he spoke, he was about to flee. Meanwhile, Xianyin suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he bowed respectfully. Young master, there's no need to flee. My Mystic World's experts will be here soon. Mystic World's experts? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, how strong are they? Xianyin smiled proudly. They're strong enough to sweep through anyone here. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, Elder Xianyin, are you bragging? Xianyin smiled. Don't worry, young master. So long as my Mystic World's experts arrive, then any demon cult can be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Destroyed with a flick of a finger? Meanwhile, Divine Wilderness suddenly laughed. What a great way to destroy with a flick of a finger. As he spoke, he suddenly swung the demon god's axe at Xianyin. Bang! Everyone present here felt a terrifying pressure when this axe was swung, and it was suffocating. Xianyin's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly hid behind Yi Xian and said, Young master, this axe is extremely powerful. You must be careful. Yi Xian fell silent, and it felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. He naturally didn't take this axe head on, and he hurriedly stood behind Southern Emissary. Miss Southern Emissary, this axe is extremely powerful. You must be careful. Southern Emissary suddenly stretched out her hand and pinched Yi Xian's face, and then she said seriously, Very thick skin. Yi Xian was speechless. She took a step forward and opened her palm. The jade flute in her hand slowly floated out. In the next moment, the jade flute directly transformed into an emerald green shield. Countless ripples undulated on the green shield like water waves. At this moment, the axe arrived. Boom! The green shield trembled violently before cracking. However, it did not shatter. The jade flute in the green shield was not damaged at all. On the contrary, cracks appeared on the blade of the Divine Wilderness's Fey God axe. Upon seeing this scene, a look of surprise flashed in Southern Envoy's eyes. He looked at the Divine Wilderness and said, Divine Wilderness Hall Master, is your Fey God axe a fake? Shen Huang's face was extremely ugly. He never thought that his Fey God axe would actually be unable to break that sword. What kind of sword was that? Envoy Nan opened her palm, and the Qing Xian sword appeared in her hand. She smiled and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, Lady Envoy Nan, don't talk nonsense in a fight. Take advantage of his weakness and kill him. Envoy Nan approached Yi Xian with a calm expression. We can't beat them. This is the territory of the demon sect. There's a god monster in the Divine Wilderness, and he's spying on us from the shadows. Yi Xian frowned slightly. God monster? Is it the sect master of the demon sect? Envoy Nan shook her head. It's not the sect master. It's an extremely mysterious demon beast. It arrived here not long ago. Yi Xian glanced around and said, "Why can't I sense it?" As he spoke, he looked at Envoy Nan. Envoy Nan hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you mind if I speak the truth?" Yi Xian immediately said, "There's no need to speak. I understand." Envoy Nan, Yi Xian said in his heart, "Xiaota, can you sense it?" Xiaota fell silent for a moment and said, "Do you mind if I speak the truth?" Yi Xian. Beside Yi Xian, Envoy Nan said, "This is the demon sect. It's basically impossible for us to kill our way out. What we need to do now is to stall for time and wait for reinforcements to arrive." This time, it was a Xianqi sound transmission, so only Yi Xian heard it. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Are there any reinforcements?" Envoy Nan turned to look at Yi Xian and asked, "Don't you have any?" Yi Xian turned to look at Xianyin. "How long until they arrive?" Xianyin hesitated for a moment and said, "Very soon." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Very soon? Are you not sure?" Xianyin smiled awkwardly. "It's too far away from here. I need some time." Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. No matter how he looked at it, this old man was not reliable. In the distance, Divine Wilderness did not attack again. He was somewhat afraid of the sword in Envoy Nan's hand. Even though he possessed the power of the demon god, he was still not confident that he could defeat Envoy Nan. After a moment of silence, Divine Wilderness said, "Envoy Nan, what do you think of the sword in your hand?" Envoy Nan blinked. "Very good." Divine Wilderness looked at Envoy Nan. "You should know that it's impossible for you to leave with him and the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. If I were you, I would take this sword and leave." Sowing discord, Envoy Nan blinked and seemed to be slightly moved. Seeing this, Divine Wilderness continued, "Miss Envoy Nan, if you really want to protect him, then you'll have to pay a very painful price. Moreover, unless all the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion come here, otherwise, you won't be able to protect him. As for the issue of him being a VIP, I think that you've already done your part. Even if you retreat now, no one will say anything. What do you think?" Envoy Nan thought for a moment and said, "I have to say, what you said does make sense." Yi Xian suddenly pulled on Envoy Nan's sleeve and said, "Do you like this sword?" Envoy Nan nodded vigorously. Yi Xian smiled. "One day, I'll get my sister to tailor one for you." Envoy Nan looked at Yi Xian unhappily. "Do you really think that I'll listen to him and leave? What kind of person do you think I am?" Hearing that, Yi Xian felt ashamed and guilty. Just as he was about to speak, Envoy Nan suddenly said, "One day, introduce your sister to me. It doesn't matter if it's a sword or not. The main thing is that I like to make friends." Yi Xian. From afar, Divine Wilderness suddenly said, "Since Miss Envoy Nan isn't willing to leave, then stay here forever." Just as his voice fell, the faraway end of the mountain range suddenly shook. The next moment, two huge demonic beasts broke out of the mountain. At first glance, they covered the sky and the sun, extremely terrifying. Sixth-stage realm demonic beasts. Beside Yi Xian, Envoy Nan's face sunk. "They're choosing to gang up on us." At this moment, Divine Wilderness suddenly said, "Leave no one alive. Leave no one alive." Just as his voice fell, the 10 great demon kings directly led the experts behind them and charged towards the experts from Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The other 3 palace masters also surrounded them, together with the 2 huge demonic beasts that had just appeared. At this moment, Yi Xian's side was at an absolute disadvantage. After a moment of silence, Envoy Nan looked at Xianyin. "Old man, how long more before your men arrive?" Xianyin wanted to say something but stopped. Envoy Nan frowned slightly. "You don't know?" Xianyin nodded. Envoy Nan asked, "Then what do you know?" Xianyin hesitated for a moment and said, "I only informed the profound world, but as for who they sent, I don't know." Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "Where's my mother?" Xianyin looked at Yi Xian and shook his head. "Mistress, I don't know." Yi Xian almost collapsed. "My God." Envoy Nan also had a headache. Yi Xian suddenly asked, What rank do you belong to in the profound world? Xianyin hesitated for a moment and said, Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young mistress, why don't we run? That old man doesn't seem like a reliable person. Yi Xian nodded in deep agreement. And then he looked at Envoy Nan. Should we run? Envoy Nan fell silent for a moment and said, We can't. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a command token appeared in her hand. Envoy Nan slowly closed her eyes. Save me. As soon as she finished speaking, the command token suddenly shot into the sky and vanished into the depths of the starry sky. In the next moment, an enormous black vortex suddenly appeared in the depths of the starry sky. In the distance, Shen Huang raised his head and looked towards the depths of the starry sky, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He was quite fearful of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, because it was very strong. But that was only secondary. The most important thing was that it was very rich. With money came people. Moreover, even the demon sect didn't know the true strength of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, Envoy Nan had obviously called for help again. Just at this moment, 12 people suddenly rushed out from the black vortex. All 12 of them were dressed in white battle armor, holding silver spears in their hands, and their bodies emitted an extremely terrifying murderous aura. All 12 of them were actually 6th-stage realm experts. Seeing this scene, Shen Huang's face instantly sunk. Immortal weapon! Immortal weapon! These were the Dao soldiers of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and they specialized in protecting the safety of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the various worlds. This was a legendary immortal weapon, and anyone who had seen them were basically dead. They usually didn't appear, and the moment they appeared, it was definitely to kill. Calling out these 12 people meant that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was determined to fight to the death with the demon sect. Really fight to the death. At this moment, Shen Huang was slightly calm. He looked at Yi Xian, who was far away, and a question arose in his heart. Why would the Immortal Treasure Pavilion help Yi Xian so much? At this moment, the leader of the immortal weapon in the sky suddenly took a step forward. He looked down at Envoy Nan and spoke in a hoarse voice. Envoy Nan, what instructions do you have? Envoy Nan pointed at Yi Xian. Commander Xian, young Master Yi is our Immortal Treasure Pavilion's highest level VIP. Bring him out of here. Then head to the General Pavilion. Commander Xian took a look at Yi Xian and bowed slightly. Yes. Envoy Nan suddenly said, Commander Xian, remember, nothing must happen to him. You must protect him to the General Pavilion at all costs, even if all of you die in battle. Commander Xian nodded. Yes. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Envoy Nan. Why? Envoy Nan looked at Yi Xian and smiled slightly. After we chose you, many people died. If we give up on you now, wouldn't those people who died have died in vain? Wouldn't we have offended the demon sect for nothing? We have no way out, and can only choose to gamble to the end. Yi Xian fell silent. Envoy Nan approached Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I might die in battle later. Can you honestly tell me if I will lose the gamble? If I lose the gamble, even if I don't die in battle today, I will be miserable when I return. This is because I have already used a lot of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's resources. Not only that, I have also dragged the Immortal Treasure Pavilion into the quagmire of war. With that, she paused and said, Are you a little disappointed that I have so many benefits? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. A little. Because I thought you were helping me, because you were attracted by my handsome appearance. You have some thoughts about me. Envoy Nan immediately turned her head. Divine Wilderness Palace Master. I think I can consider your proposal for reconciliation. Come, let's talk. Yi Xian. Chapter 2130. God Huang's expression became extremely ferocious. Woman, you're still trying to stall for time. Kill. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding experts charged directly at Yi Xian's group. In terms of numbers, the demon sect had completely crushed Yi Xian's group. South Envoy suddenly said, "Take young Master Yi away." In the sky, the leader of the immortal soldiers looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, please." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian transformed into a ray of sword light and shot into the sky. Go. He knew that he had to go. If he didn't, he would cause the death of South Envoy and the others because the demon sect's real target was him, Yi Xian. Once he left, South Envoy and the others would be safer. As expected, as soon as Yi Xian left, God Huang immediately said, "Don't let him go." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and pressed it down. In an instant, the space above Yi Xian's head split apart, and then a huge hand suddenly stretched out and clawed down with the intention of tearing Yi Xian into pieces. Yi Xian was about to attack when a spear tore through the sky. Bang! The gigantic hand was instantly torn to shreds. Yi Xian turned to look at the leader of the immortal soldiers, and the latter said solemnly, "Young Master Yi, let's go. Let's go." Yi Xian pondered for a moment, and then he shot into the sky and disappeared into the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Behind him were countless experts from the demon sect. The leader of the immortal soldiers and the others rushed out with Yi Xian. They protected Yi Xian's surroundings and didn't let any of the experts from the demon sect get close. Yi Xian glanced at the immortal soldiers and was shocked. The strength of these immortal soldiers could really be described as terrifying. They were definitely battle-hardened. Even when facing these demon beasts of the same realm, they were actually able to suppress them. Below, Divine Desolate wanted to chase after Yi Xian, but Southern Emissary stood in front of him, and the other 3 palace masters were also stopped by Xian Yin and others. Yi Xian and his group moved quickly and were about to rush out of the demon immortal realm. Because they did not linger and wanted to retreat, the experts of the demon sect could do nothing to them. However, just as they were about to leave the demon immortal realm, a group of mysterious demon beasts blocked their way. These demonic beasts were pitch black in color and had strange shapes. Each of them had a powerful aura. All of them were in 6th stage realm, and there were a total of 20 over of them. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression darkened. The demon sect had used all their trump cards. Meanwhile, the commander of the celestial soldiers said abruptly, "Young Master Yi, they're the demon cult's cult demons. They're a mysterious force that the demon cult has secretly fostered. Their strength is unknown, so you have to be careful." Strength unknown. Yi Xian looked at the immortal soldier commander. "You've never fought before?" The immortal soldier commander shook his head. "No." Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the 2 huge demonic beasts that came from the mountain appeared in the starry sky. These 2 demonic beasts were huge, and every step they took shook the galaxy. The immortal soldier commander pointed his long spear downwards and suddenly shouted, "Kill!" The moment his voice landed, he leaped up and thrust his spear towards a demonic beast in front of him. Malevolence flashed in the demonic beast's eyes. With a roar, it leaped up and collided with the long spear of the immortal soldier commander. Boom! The man and the demon separated upon contact, and the galaxy shook. The man and the demon stopped at the same time. The next moment, they charged towards each other again. Both chose to fight head-on. At this time, the rest of the cult demons also charged towards the immortal soldiers. A huge battle ensued. Yi Xian frowned. Because the demon sect had more people, the demon sect had the upper hand. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly turned around, and a demonic beast charged towards him. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and the sword in his hand suddenly flew out, severing life. Bang! He swung his sword, and rays of light shot out like a waterfall. The demonic beast that had arrived in front of Yi Xian instantly changed its expression, and it instantly retreated explosively. In the blink of an eye, it was over 10 kilometers away. As soon as it stopped moving, the scales on its body fell off, and it instantly aged greatly. The demonic beast's eyes were filled with fear. If it hadn't retreated quickly, then it might have vanished on the spot. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Calm. Focus. He didn't draw his sword, and he just stood there. However, the sword in his hand had vanished. At this moment, the giant demon in the distance suddenly punched at Yi Xian. This punch caused the entire Milky Way to boil, and a powerful force swept over like a mountain torrent, heading straight for Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his grasp. In the next moment he flashed forward and slashed. Hiss! The sound of something tearing apart resounded. An instant of life and death. With this strike, Yi Xian had directly called upon the power of all realms. The power of all realms. And the power of bloodline. The rays of light from the sword were like blood. However, as soon as the rays of light came into contact with the fist, it instantly dispersed, and Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively for tens of thousands of meters. However, the demonic beast didn't retreat at all. Not only that, but Yi Xian's strike also didn't cause any harm to it. Seeing this, Yi Xian's face darkened. The physical strength of this demonic beast was too terrifying. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, "Xiao Ta, is Aria's physical body as strong as this demonic beast?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, "Young lord, do you have any misunderstandings about Aria's strength?" Yi Xian was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Xiao Ta sighed in a low voice. "Young lord, Aria isn't like you. If she says that she's invincible under 3 strikes, that's true and believable. You can break the defense of these demonic beasts with the green profound sword. But if you face Aria, even the green profound sword can't do anything to her. The strength of her physical body, in this world, can only be broken by 3 strikes. Also, Aria once took Sister Tianming's strike head-on, and she's the only one who survived after taking a strike from Sister Tianming." Yi Xian was silent. He could imagine how painful it would be if he were to fight with Aria. Yi Xian said again, "Xiao Ta, can you contact Aria? If you can ask her to come here and play with you." Xiao Ta said indifferently, "You want her to help you fight, right?" "Yi Xian," Xiao Ta said again, "I advise you not to let her follow you, because you can't control her. Without mistress and master to control her, she can go to heaven. Also, I'm afraid her life in the Milky Way isn't very good now. Although Sister Tianming won't really kill her, she'll definitely beat her up for no reason." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Is there any enmity between Qing and Aria?" Xiao Ta said, "No." Yi Xian was even more puzzled. "Then why did Qing beat her up?" Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, and said, "Aria is very arrogant. Sister Tianming may not like arrogant people." Yi Xian. At this time, the huge demonic beast in the distance suddenly punched at Yi Xian, but the next moment, it seemed to have sensed something, and immediately retracted its punch, and then blocked. Boom! A sword light suddenly exploded from the huge demonic beast's arm, and the demonic beast retreated a few hundred feet. A sword slashed the future. After the demonic beast stopped, a deep sword mark appeared on its arm, but compared to its huge arm, this sword mark was simply negligible. In the distance, Yi Xian frowned. He realized that without the green profound sword, ordinary swords couldn't hurt these demonic beasts. The demonic beast glared at Yi Xian, and it roared, and then it charged forward, and it punched at Yi Xian. The most direct move, without any fancy moves. But it was this that was the most terrifying. Pure physical strength. Seeing this punch coming, Yi Xian's face instantly sank, and at this time, the other demonic beast charged at him. Pincer attack. A trace of ferocity flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and he opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. He didn't choose to retreat, and when the 2 demonic beasts charged at him, he suddenly swept out with his sword. 1 slash to kill. And when the 2 demonic beasts saw Yi Xian's sword, they didn't choose to retreat either. 1 man and 2 demons chose to risk their lives. The sword light appeared, but it was extinguished in an instant. But that power of time flow instantly swept the surroundings. Pft! Boom! Yi Xian flew out directly, and this flight directly smashed into several thousands of mysterious spaces. When he finally stopped, his physical body split open, and blood splattered everywhere. Whereas in the distance, the 2 demonic beasts also retreated explosively. They weren't immune to Yi Xian's power of time flow. and the two demonic beasts became extremely old at this moment. But their lifespans weren't completely cut off, because their lifespans were simply too long. To them, as long as their lifespans were long enough, their life wouldn't be able to kill them. Of course, they didn't dare to take on Yi Xian's sword directly, because their lifespans were almost at the end of their lifespans. From afar, Yi Xian's eyes slowly closed, and he started to use the reverse time to restore his physical body. As long as he wasn't killed in one punch, he would be able to continuously restore his physical body. His physical body wasn't as strong as these sixth-stage realm demonic beasts' physical bodies, but his physical body's self-recovery ability was much more terrifying than these demonic beasts. Seeing Yi Xian's physical body recovering so quickly, the two demonic beasts' expressions instantly turned ugly. Damn it, what's wrong with this human? How could he recover so quickly? Yi Xian took a look at the two demonic beasts, and his brows creased slightly. Are the both of you able to recover so slowly? Two demonic beasts. Yi Xian took a look at those demonic beasts, and asked in his heart, Xiao Ta, is Xiao Bai able to subdue these demonic beasts? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, just fight your battle properly, don't talk rubbish with me. Yi Xian. At this moment, the space behind Yi Xian suddenly split open, and at the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura swept over. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, as he suddenly turned around and slashed out with his sword, and a stretch of sword light swept out. Boom! The sword light instantly shattered, and Yi Xian directly retreated into an unknown mysterious space abyss. He had just stopped, and a long saber broke through the air towards him. Yi Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. He had just crossed hands with the two demonic beasts, and he was already seriously injured. So how could he take on this terrifying saber? But even if he couldn't, he had to take it. Without the green profound sword, Yi Xian hurriedly took out Xiao Ta. Brother Ta, help me block it. What the? Xiao Ta was just about to say something, when that saber directly slashed on his body. Boom! One man and one pagoda instantly flew out. Pagoda cracked. Yi Xian's physical body cracked. It was too horrible to look at. After Yi Xian stopped, he looked afar. Not far away from him, there stood a lady dressed in a tight black dress. The lady's hair was as black as ink, and in her hand was a sheathed long saber. Human? Yi Xian frowned slightly. There was such a terrifying human expert in the demon sect. The lady slowly walked towards Yi Xian. Her expression was cold, and there was not a trace of emotion in her eyes, as if all living beings were ants. Those who hurt my mystic world's young master die. As she spoke, she suddenly rushed towards Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment, the Xianin suddenly said, Young mistress, you've hit the wrong person. He is the young master. Before the voice died away, Yi Xian and Xiao Ta flew out again. And this time, one man and one pagoda flew even further. Countless space-time shattered. When Yi Xian stopped, his physical body had completely shattered. Xiao Ta was also on the verge of shattering. Young master, are you sure you're the biological son of master and mistress? Why did the two of them screw you over? Yi Xian. Chapter 2131. He was filled with grief and indignation. At this moment, Yi Xian was truly filled with grief and indignation. Fuck, did I hit the wrong person? Did you fucking hit the wrong person? Are all the people in the mystic world talented? When she heard Xianyin's words, Xiao Sijun was stunned. She looked at Yi Xian in the distance, and then looked at Xianyin. Young master? Xianyin nodded, and said with a trembling voice, Yes, yes. At this moment, he was slightly panicking. This Xiao Sijun actually almost killed the young master. When she heard Xianyin, Xiao Sijun pondered for a moment, and then she looked at Yi Xian and said softly, Young master, are you all right? Yi Xian smiled lightly. I'm fine, I was just almost killed by you. Xiao Sijun lowered her head slightly. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. As she spoke, she bowed slightly. I'm really sorry. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Xianyin already told you my identity just now. Why didn't you put away your saber? Xiao Jun hesitated for a moment, and then she said, I couldn't. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Jun. You couldn't? Xiao Jun nodded. The saber was too fast, I couldn't. Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, I feel that something isn't right. Yi Xian didn't say anything. Xiao Ta was about to speak again when Yi Xian suddenly smiled lightly. Since it's a misunderstanding, then forget it. Xiao Jun glanced at Yi Xian, and then she said, I'm sorry. Yi Xian smiled. It's alright, it's just a misunderstanding, it's not a big deal. As he spoke, he glanced at the demon beasts in the distance, and then he said, Xiao Jun, these demon beasts are extremely powerful. You have to be careful. Xiao Jun glanced at the demon beasts, and then she said, Alright. At this moment, the enormous demon beast suddenly said coldly, Woman, who are you? Why are you interfering in the matters of my demon sect? Xiao Jun's face was expressionless. Mystic world. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly charged forward, drew her saber and slashed. Qi. A several 100-meter-long saber qi violently slashed out in an arc. In the distance, the demonic beast's pupils suddenly shrank. Instead of retreating, it advanced and punched forward. Fight head-on. Boom. The demonic beast was instantly sent flying thousands of feet away. As soon as it stopped, its entire right arm split open, and a copious amount of blood spurted out. The demonic beast was dumbfounded. His defense had been broken. Xiao slowly walked towards the monster, her left hand gripping the saber tightly. Suddenly, she leaped up and swung the saber down. Qi. A blade light slashed down from the starry sky like a waterfall. The demonic beast's pupils constricted. He quickly placed his left arm over his head and roared madly. Qi. Under everyone's gazes, the saber light directly chopped off the demonic beast's pillar-like arm, and then the saber light slashed down along the demonic beast's head. In an instant, the huge demonic beast was split into two, directly beheaded. The expressions of the experts from the demon sect changed. Was this woman a strong practitioner above the 6th degree realm? Yi Xian glanced at Xiao but didn't say a word. After Xiao killed the demonic beast, she looked at the other demonic beast, and the latter's eyes were filled with fear. Xiao didn't waste any time and charged forward. The saber light slashed across. The demonic beast's pupils suddenly shrank, but it still didn't choose to retreat. Instead, it charged forward and punched out. Its body was so huge that it couldn't retreat at all. It could only choose to fight head-on. Boom! As the saber light exploded, the demonic beast instantly retreated several tens of thousands of feet away. The moment it stopped, it slashed again. The demonic beast's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. It knew that it was finished. At this moment, the saber light suddenly stopped. In front of the demonic beast stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed in a simple robe, his long hair draped behind him, and there was a strange blood-colored mark between his brows. He caught the saber light between two fingers. The middle-aged man exerted some strength in his fingers. Boom! The saber light instantly disappeared. Xiao looked at the middle-aged man with a calm expression. At this moment, Southern Envoy's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Be careful, this person is the god demon of the demon sect. God demon? Yi Xian glanced at the god demon. Had this fellow who had been hiding in the dark finally shown himself? The god demon looked at Xiao and said softly, I've traveled through countless universes, but I've never heard of the mystic world. Xiao was expressionless. Your level isn't high enough. The god demon wasn't angry and smiled. Perhaps. As he spoke, he raised his right hand slowly and clenched it tightly. In the next moment, his right hand suddenly twisted. Boom! In an instant, the expressions of everyone here changed drastically. All of them felt the heavens and the earth dim down. And then a strand of obliterating energy swept through the surroundings. Everyone was forced to retreat hundreds of thousands of feet away. Yi Xian was the fastest. When the god demon was about to attack, he'd already retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away. Therefore, he suffered the least impact. In the distance, Xiaoxi's expression changed drastically when the god demon attacked. But she didn't choose to retreat. Her eyes flashed ferociously. Afterimages returned to the sheath, destruction of the heavens and earth. As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly shook violently, and then she transformed into 4 afterimages that drew their sabers and slashed at the same time. Four black saber lights crisscrossed and slashed, destroying the heavens and earth. Boom! Boom! The expanse of space they resided in suddenly shattered and was obliterated. It wasn't just that expanse of space. Even the countless overlapping expanses of space were obliterated layer by layer at this moment. Moreover, the remnant energy that erupted from them instantly swept through the surroundings, causing everyone in the surroundings to retreat once more. They had no choice but to retreat. The remnant force from the two of them was extremely terrifying. Even a 6th-stage realm expert would find it difficult to resist it. Along with the appearance of the two of them, it meant that the 6th-stage realm expert wasn't the strongest here. After everything calmed down, everyone saw Xiaoxi and the god demon. A smear of blood had appeared on the corner of Xiaoxi's mouth. As for the god demon, everything seemed normal. Yi Xian frowned when he saw this. The god demon suddenly walked slowly towards Xiaoxi. Since the establishment of the demon sect, even though we don't dare say that we're invincible, no one dares to bully us. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly punched forward. It was a very ordinary punch that didn't contain any fluctuations of energy. Moreover, the surrounding space was completely normal, and there wasn't even the slightest ripple. However, Xiaoxi had instantly retreated over 300 kilometers away. At the instant she stopped moving, the space in an area of 300 kilometers around her was instantly shattered into nothingness. It wasn't just space. Even the space there was instantly obliterated and transformed into a deathly silent place. The god demon gazed at South Emissary. Miss South Emissary, if your immortal treasure pavilion wants to fight, then my demon sect will accompany you to the end. From today onward, my demon sect will declare war on your immortal treasure pavilion. If my demon sect sees anyone from your immortal treasure pavilion, then we'll kill them. We'll fight until everyone from your immortal treasure pavilion is annihilated, or my demon sect is annihilated. It was a true declaration of war. A declaration of war that wouldn't stop until one side was dead. South Emissary nodded slightly. All right. At this point, both the demon sect and immortal treasure pavilion had no way out. Just as the god demon had said, unless one side was annihilated, otherwise, the matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Meanwhile, the god demon walked slowly towards Xiaoxi. I don't know where that young man came from, nor do I know how strong your dark world is. But since both of you want to fight, then my demon sect will accompany you to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his right fist and punched forward once more. Hiss! In the distance, something seemed to have been torn apart in front of Xiaoxi, and then an extremely terrifying force surged out like an erupting volcano. Xiaoxi slowly closed her eyes while she held the hilt of her saber in her right hand. In the next moment, she suddenly drew her saber and slashed forward. Terror! As soon as she finished speaking, an expanse of light swept out from within the scabbard. Rumble! As soon as the expanse of light appeared, it was instantly obliterated. In the next moment, Xiaoxi instantly retreated over 30 kilometers away. And as soon as she stopped moving, the saber in her hand shattered into countless pieces. The saber shattered. The expressions of Xian Yin and the others instantly became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Xian Yin gazed at Xiaoxi, who was bleeding incessantly from the corner of her mouth, and he spoke with a trembling voice. Xiaoxi, did you come by yourself? Where are the Lord Left Territory Minister, Lord Right Dharma Heaven, Lord Xian Weijin, and Lord Nan Weiyang? Xiaoxi wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth and said, I don't know. I don't know. Xian Yin almost fainted when he heard this. I don't know. Yi Xian shook his head repeatedly. This was different from what he'd imagined. He'd thought that once the members of the Dark World arrived, they would immediately start a slaughter and annihilate the demon sect. In the end, everyone would call him young master in unison. How cool would that be? However, reality was completely different from what he'd imagined. Meanwhile, The god demon suddenly gazed at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian slowly tightened his grip on his sword when he witnessed this scene. The god demon walked slowly towards Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I've been observing you for a long time. You really aren't simple. However, since it has come to this, your head must be left behind by my demon sect today. Yi Xian said with a smile. What if I say no? The god demon shook his head. That's not up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. His fist's target was Yi Xian. Yi Xian's pupils constricted when he saw this punch, and then he issued a command in his heart. The green sword in the southern ambassador's grasp suddenly flew over to him, and then it shook violently and transformed into a sword shield. Bang! The sword shield suddenly shook violently, and then Yi Xian was blasted flying along with his shield. He flew for over 300 kilometers. It seemed to be very far, but it was actually very close to experts like them, who could fly through numerous stellar regions with a single thought. To them, even the entire planet seemed insignificant in their eyes, let alone this small distance. After Yi Xian stopped, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the god demon in the distance. He opened his right hand, and the green profound sword appeared in it. At this moment, the space in front of Xian Yin suddenly trembled. In the next moment, Xian Yin's expression changed drastically. He abruptly turned to look at Xiao Jun in the distance, his eyes filled with shock. Xiao Jun, why didn't you report that we found the young master? Xiao Jun's eyes narrowed, and her left hand slowly tightened around the saber. Xian Yin still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, It's a small matter, let's deal with the demon sect first. Xian Yin shook his head repeatedly. No, young master, there's something wrong with this. Xiao Jun, after I found you, I informed her immediately, but when I contacted Lady Nan Weiyang, she said she didn't know anything about this. I was wondering why Xiao Jun was the only one who came from the profound world. Yi Xian suddenly said in a deep voice, This is a small matter, our current enemy is the demon sect. Xian Yin shook his head again. No, young master, this isn't right, Xiao Jun. Yi Xian suddenly said in a trembling voice, Big brother, let's not talk about this anymore. Can we? Xian Yin said in a trembling voice, Young master, Xiao Jun might have ulterior motives, you have to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian instantly felt a chill on his back. He was locked on by a saber energy. Yi Xian almost vomited blood. He really wanted to slash Xian Yin with his sword. Damn it! Aren't you forcing this woman to rebel? Chapter 2132. Yi Xian was really speechless at this moment. In fact, he knew from the start that there was something wrong with Xiao Jun. Wrong person? How could he? Damn it, he wasn't a demon beast, and he was a swordsman. His identity was obvious. How could he have mistaken him for someone else? Moreover, Xiao Jun still slashed after Xian Yin's reminder. Fast blade. Unable to stop? How could that be? How could a powerhouse of this level not be able to stop and release his sword at will? After all, he could do that. As long as he wanted to, he could stop his sword no matter how fast it was. But this woman said she couldn't stop. Wasn't that *T? She was definitely *Ting. However, Yi Xian had to play along with her *Ting. He could tell that although this woman wanted to kill him, she didn't dare to do so openly. Therefore, he gave her a way out, letting her think that he, Yi Xian, was a fool and that he, Yi Xian, knew nothing. And in fact, he succeeded. Xiao Jun chose not to attack again. And not only that, she even helped him deal with the demon sect. However, all of this was ruined by Xian Yin. The mysterious Yin had pierced through this thin layer of window paper, which left Xiao Jun with no choice but to rebel. Now his current situation was even worse, because only Xiao Jun was barely able to resist the divine demon. But now, Xiao Jun was openly rebelling as well. So wasn't he doomed? Yi Xian wanted to chop Xian Yin into pieces. At this moment, Xian Yin suddenly said in a trembling voice, Young master, Xiao Jun is really rebelling. You have to be careful. Yi Xian. Xiao Xi's sudden change of heart stunned everyone present at the scene. What was going on? Yi Xian called someone to beat him up? The god demon, who was about to attack, stopped. He glanced at Yi Xian and Xiao Jun with a strange expression. Yi Xian turned to Xiao Jun and said with a smile, Xiao Jun, what are you doing? Xiao looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian smiled and said, do you think I will believe Xian Yin's words? No, I won't believe him. Lord Xiao, even if Xian Yin revolts, you will not. Xian Yin. Xiao looked at Yi Xian. Why do you think that I won't rebel? Yi Xian laughed heartily. First, there is no grudge or conflict between us. Second, Lord Xiao is not invincible in the profound world. If you rebel, the consequences will be dire, right? Xiao fell silent. Yi Xian continued. Moreover, Lord Xiao risked his life to protect me just now. If he really wanted to rebel, why would he help me fight against this Yao god? Xiao glanced at Yi Xian. She didn't say anything, but her hostility had lessened significantly. At this time, Xian Yin suddenly wanted to speak again. Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at Xian Yin and angrily said, shut up. Shut the hell up. Say another word and I'll hack you to death. Xian Yin. Xiao nodded slightly. Why would I betray the young master? Saying so, she retreated to the side. In the distance, Yi Xian glanced at Xiao and turned around. At this time, Xiao suddenly pulled out her sword and slashed at Yi Xian. One slash tore space and time apart. Killing move. But Yi Xian seemed to have expected this. He immediately turned around and pulled out his sword to slash. At this time, his physical body had already recovered. While everyone was fighting, he didn't just sit around and do nothing. He had been secretly healing himself. Boom! A wave of sword light suddenly exploded. Yi Xian retreated thousands of feet. Xiao was about to attack when her pupils shrank, and she slashed her sword horizontally. Boom! A beam of sword light suddenly exploded, and Xiao was forced back for thousands of meters, slashing the future. However, she managed to defend against it. Xiao looked at the distant Yi Xian, her eyes cold. Yi Xian smiled. Xiao, what do you mean? Xiao was expressionless. Young master, I underestimated your intelligence. If I'm not wrong, you knew everything from the beginning, but you hid it. Yi Xian was silent for a while. Xiao, I'm a little confused. You and I have no grudge against each other. Why are you doing this? Xiao said blandly, young master, why don't you take a guess? Yi Xian smiled. My appearance will affect your interests or the interests of the people behind you. Xiao narrowed her eyes and didn't say anything. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Xiao, aren't you afraid of my mother? Xiao looked at Yi Xian, afraid. Yi Xian smiled. It seems that you did this for the people behind you, because you know that if you kill me, you will die. Xiao's lips curled up. What makes you worthy of being the young master of my Xian world? Yi Xian frowned. Do you know why my mother created the Xian world? Xiao stared at Yi Xian. I don't. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. You don't even know this and you want to rebel. Xiao Jun's lips curled into a mocking smile. What, do you think the Realm Lord created the profound world for you? How shameless do you have to be to think so? Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao continued. Let me tell you, the Realm Lord's vision is not that small. Don't think too highly of yourself. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Refute? If he refuted, this woman would say that he was shameless again. Also, if he said that his mother created the Xian world for him, it would look like he was showing off. No refuting. This woman seemed to be very arrogant. Yi Xian sighed. Miss Xiao, let's not talk about this. I can see that you respect my mother a lot. Since that's the case, I will say a few more words. Miss, it's not too late to turn back now. Don't go further and further down the road of death. Let me tell you, there was a person who was stubborn and kept on courting death. In the end, he succeeded in courting death. That person was called Tianyi. Tianyi. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, it's enough. It's really enough. Let him go. You have whipped his corpse hundreds of times. Every once in a while you drag him out and whip him. Speaking of which, it's a bit too much. It's time to let him die in peace. Yi Xian. In the distance, Xiaoxi's expression suddenly became fierce. I can't stand people like you. You don't have any ability, and rely on your family for everything. Let me ask you, what qualifications do you have to be the young master of my Xian world? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, My mother is the lord of the Xian world. She only has one son, me. I am the young master of the Xian world. What's wrong with that? Xiaoxi said angrily, Shameless. Shameless. Yi Xian spread his hands helplessly. Although I don't think it's good, what can I do? Who asked my mother to be so capable? If you don't like it, you can go find a capable mother. Xiaoxi's chest trembled with anger. Shameless. Shameless. Yi Xian was about to speak, when Xianyin suddenly said, Young master, if you delay a bit more, Lord Nan Weiyang will be here soon. Yi Xian directly broke through the defense. He angrily stared at Xianyin. Big brother, can you shut up? Aha. The reason why he had spoken so much nonsense was naturally to stall for time, and he had succeeded in doing so. But Xianyin had just reminded Xiaoxi and the demon sect. As expected, a wisp of rage flashed through Xiaoxi's eyes when she heard Xianyin, and then she drew her saber and charged at Yi Xian. Xianyin was shocked when she saw Xiaoxi suddenly attack, and she hurriedly warned Qinshi, Young master, watch out. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian had no time to pay attention to Xianyin, and he commanded the green profound sword to transform into a sword shield that blocked in front of him. Bang! A wave of saber light erupted, and Yi Xian retreated explosively with his shield. As he retreated, Xiaoxi charged forward again, and slashed down with her saber again. This time it was even faster. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't take it head-on, and he continued to block with the green profound sword. Just like that, Yi Xian retreated again and again. After retreating hundreds of thousands of feet, Xiaoxi was about to strike again when her pupils suddenly contracted. She suddenly retracted the blade that she had already swung out and held it horizontally in front of her chest. Boom! A wave of saber light suddenly erupted, and in an instant, Xiaoxi was sent flying hundreds of meters away. As soon as Xiaoxi stopped, another slash came, and this time, it was the green profound sword. One slash of life. Sensing the power of time flowing in Yi Xian's green profound sword, Xiaoxi narrowed her eyes, and suddenly swung her saber horizontally. She chose to break it with force. Boom! With this sweep, a wave of saber light swept across the area. In an instant, the saber in Xiaoxi's hand was destroyed, but she herself had already retreated thousands of meters away. Seeing this, Yi Xian furrowed his brows. He realized that this life-slaying sword posed a greater threat to Xiaoxi. This was because the lifespan of monsters was very, very long. Basically, they could take a life-slaying sword from him and survive. However, Xiaoxi, who was not a monster, would not be able to do so, because their lifespans were definitely not as long as those of monsters. Xiaoxi looked at Yi Xian, a trace of wariness in her eyes. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. At this time, Xiaoxi suddenly turned to the divine demon. If you don't kill him now, once the people from the mystic world come, you won't have a chance to kill him. The divine demon was silent. Xiaoxi continued, If you kill him now, the mystic world will definitely not go to war with your demon sect because of him, because the mystic world is not that much stronger than your demon sect. Hearing this, the divine demon frowned slightly. At this time, Xianyin suddenly said in a trembling voice, Xiaoxi, how can you lie with your eyes open? How can the demon sect compare to our mystic world? They aren't even fit to carry our shoes. Oh, I get it now. Are you trying to trick the demon sect into killing the young master? You, Xiaoxi suddenly said angrily. You old fool, shut up. Xianyin glanced at Xiaoxi. I won't. Yi Xian. Xiaoxi was so angry that her face was contorted. Without another word, she dashed towards Yi Xian again. Clearly, she wanted to kill Yi Xian first. At the side, the divine demon was silent for a moment. In the next moment he suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Kill this person first. As soon as he said this, he suddenly punched at Yi Xian from afar. And in the battlefield, after receiving the divine demon's order, all the demon beasts charged at Yi Xian like madmen. Seeing this, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Desperate situation. Chapter 2133. Yi Xian fell silent as he watched the experts charging at him. This was truly a hopeless situation. It was impossible for him to fight so many experts by himself. Yi Xian asked softly in his heart. Xiao Ta, what would Dad do if he encountered such a situation? Xiao Ta replied immediately. Fight with your life. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood in his body suddenly boiled. In an instant he was covered in blood. Yi Xian drew his sword and swung it, severing life. He still didn't call for help in such a hopeless situation. Of course, he had no one to call for help. He couldn't contact Qing, or his father, or his big brother. So he could only rely on himself. He just had to try his best. As for life and death, it was up to the will of the heavens. As soon as Yi Xian swung his sword, a wave of sword light swept out. But it was instantly shattered and annihilated. In the next moment, Yi Xian's entire body was directly sent flying. This time, he was directly sent flying out of everyone's sight. Not only that, but in the process of flying, his physical body was annihilated inch by inch like a piece of burning paper. The azure profound sword protected Yi Xian's soul with all its might. Otherwise his soul would be gone. After he stopped, Yi Xian's soul was extremely illusory like a wisp of smoke that would disperse with the wind at any moment. His soul had almost been obliterated. A vicious glint flashed through Xiaoxi's eyes when she saw this, and then she suddenly charged at Yi Xian. A wave of sword light tore through the battlefield. Ambassador Nan and the others were shocked, and they were about to stop her. However, a group of demon beasts quickly blocked their way. There was no support. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes were closed, and his soul was trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta spoke in a trembling voice. Young lord, if you really can't win, then call for help. It's not embarrassing. Call for help. Yi Xian said fiercely. I won't. As he spoke, he held the azure profound sword and started to ignite his soul. Seeing this, Xiao Ta immediately jumped up. Amen. Young master, don't be like this. Let's call for help. It was not shameful. Master used to call people too. Ck. Stop right now. Yi Xian did not stop. His soul was still burning furiously. At this time, Soul suddenly said in a trembling voice. Xiao Ta, quickly persuade master. I can't suppress his soul anymore. Xiao Ta said with a trembling voice. I couldn't stop him. Young master's blood is boiling today. He actually didn't follow the routine. Under normal circumstances, he should be calling for people in a fancy manner. That's not normal. Yi Xian suddenly rushed forward and slashed down with his sword. Soul ignition. After soul ignition, his strength was greatly increased in an instant. Boom. As a wave of sword light erupted, Xiaoxi was sent flying thousands of feet away by Yi Xian's sword. As soon as she stopped, the long saber in her hand shattered. Seeing this, Xiaoxi's face suddenly darkened. At this moment, God Wilderness was about to attack when God Monster suddenly said, He is soul ignition. He will be reduced to ashes in at most 10 minutes. Hearing this, the divine desolate hesitated for a moment before stopping. As God Monster said, Yi Xian was digging his own grave. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped burning his soul in the distance. Seeing this, God Wilderness's expression froze. Ck. How could the soul-burning dipper stop just like that? God Monster slightly frowned and slowly clenched his right hand. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Wait. Everyone looked at Yi Xian, with a strange look on their faces. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoxi who was about to attack. Miss Xiaoxi, today Xiaoxi suddenly said fiercely, Little thief, don't waste time. I won't fall for your trick. As she spoke, she suddenly leaped up, put her hands together like a saber, and then slashed down. Qi, a saber energy that was thousands of meters long slashed down from the sky, tearing everything apart. Yi Xian's expression froze. F*ck, let me finish what I want to say. I still want to trick you. He didn't have time to think, because Xiaoxi's saber was already in front of him. Yi Xian opened his palm, and suddenly slashed out with the azure profound sword. Boom! A wave of sword light shattered. Yi Xian, and his sword retreated thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped, the azure profound sword turned into a sword light and sank into his forehead. Boom! The soul that was about to dissipate was instantly suppressed, but it was already very illusory. Soul said with a trembling voice, "Master, you can't use your sword. If you use your sword again, your soul will completely dissipate." Xiao Tao also said, "Young master, you can't use your sword anymore. Call for help." Yi Xian said softly, "Xiao Tao, who can we call?" Hearing this, Xiao Tao fell silent. F*ck. Who? Thinking about it, it seemed like there was no one to call. Xiao Tao suddenly said with grief and indignation, "Young master, you are so miserable." Yi Xian. In the distance, Xiaoxi suddenly jumped up and slashed at Yi Xian again. Xiaoxi stared at Yi Xian, who was standing not too far away. She knew that if she swung her blade, Yi Xian, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, would definitely die. Of course, it also meant that she would die. If she killed young master, the Xian world would definitely kill her. And against the Xian world, she had no chance of survival. But so what? A smile suddenly appeared on Xiaoxi's face. She had no complaints. She had no regrets. With this slash, everything would be over. Xiaoxi said softly, "Take care." She didn't know who she was talking to. Down below, Yi Xian looked at the saber coming at him, and his eyes became a little blank. He knew that with this slash his path would end. He was somewhat unwilling. But there was no other way. Many times, there would not be a definite result even if you tried your best. It was over. Yi Xian opened his palm, his soul completely burning. At this moment, even the azure profound sword could not suppress it. With this slash, his soul would completely dissipate. But Yi Xian smiled. He looked up at the descending slash. Was this the smell of death? It had been a long time since he had been so close to death. A hand pressed on his shoulder when Yi Xian was about to thrust his sword out. Then a gust of dreadful and mysterious energy flowed into his soul. His soul, which had been burning, calmed down instantly. At the same time, the blade above Yi Xian's head suddenly vanished into thin air, and Xiaoxi instantly retreated several tens of thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, his body was directly shattered into pieces, and only his soul remained. Xiaoxi looked at the person behind Yi Xian in the distance, her eyes filled with horror, and her soul trembled. At the side, the god monster's expression turned extremely solemn. Ambassador Nan and the others looked at the person behind Yi Xian and heaved a sigh of relief. The mystic world's powerhouses had finally arrived. Yi Xian turned around, and when he saw the person in front of him, he froze on the spot. The person was Dong Linen. In other words, his mother. Behind Dong Linen stood a woman. She wore a simple white robe, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her features were peerless. In her hand, she held a white jade folding fan. At first glance, she looked valiant and heroic, full of heroic spirit. The woman's gaze was fixed on Yi Xian, her expression calm. Behind the woman stood 3 men and a woman. These 4 were the mystic world's 4 great gods. They were Left Territory Sea, Right Heaven Dharma, Xian Weijin, and Nan Weiyang. Behind these 4 stood 16 mysterious black-armored powerhouses. All of them had scimitars at their waists and longbows on their backs. Their auras were as vast as the stars, completely unfathomable. When she saw these 16 people, Xianyin couldn't help but tremble. God Slayers. These were the most terrifying 16 people in the mystic world. They were Dong Linen's personal bodyguards, and they only listened to her orders. Even the 4 great gods and the white-robed woman weren't qualified to order them around. All 16 of them were here. Seeing Dong Linen, Yi Xian grinned. Mother! Mother! This mother came from the bottom of his heart. Although he had once hated Dong Linen, because she had almost killed him, he had slowly forgiven her. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, he slowly forgave her. Hearing Yi Xian call her mother, Dong Linen was slightly taken aback. In the next moment, tears welled up in her eyes. There was no doubt that she felt guilty towards Yi Xian. She hadn't been by his side when they were young, and she had almost killed him when they grew up. Every time she thought about all of this, her heart ached, and she was unable to forgive herself. She was undoubtedly the biggest failure of a mother in the world. That was exactly why she didn't dare to meet Yi Xian. But this time, she had no choice but to come. Dong Linen closed her eyes slowly when she saw Yi Xian's miserable state, and her entire body trembled. Rage. Boundless rage. The white-robed woman by her side pondered deeply for a moment, and then she turned around to gaze at the four great gods behind her. Annihilate all the demon beasts in this world. The four gods nodded slightly and were about to attack. Meanwhile, the godly demon spoke in a low voice. You. He hadn't even finished speaking when the white-robed woman suddenly appeared in front of him. The godly demon's pupils constricted, and he raised his arms to block. Bang! Everyone watched with astonishment as the godly demon was instantly blasted into an unknown and mysterious spatial abyss. As soon as he stopped moving, his body was instantly obliterated, and only his soul remained. All the demon beasts were stunned when they saw this scene. The invincible godly demon was defeated just like that? His powerful body was as fragile as a piece of paper before this woman? The godly demon was slightly stunned at this moment. She's that strong? The white-robed woman looked at the godly demon and walked slowly towards him. She walked very slowly and calmly, but the godly demon felt an extremely terrifying pressure. He felt like he was about to suffocate. Ambassador Nan said softly, "It's over. The demon sect is gone." Right at this moment, footsteps sounded out from the side. At the same time, a teasing voice sounded out. "The demon sect is gone? Miss, it's too early to say that." Yi Xian frowned slightly. The voice was slightly familiar. The godly demon suddenly knelt down slowly. "Greetings, sect master." All the experts of the demon sect knelt down as well and said in unison, "Greetings, sect master." The most mysterious sect master of the demon sect had arrived. Chapter 2134. The Sect Master. When Envoy Nan and the others saw the sect master, their faces were filled with astonishment. The sect master was actually a little girl. The little girl looked to be in her teens, and she wore tattered clothes and pants. Her hair was disheveled as if it had been permed, and there was some dirt on her face. Only her eyes were relatively clear. In her hand, there was a broken bowl with a few holes in it. Yi Xian was completely stunned when he saw the little girl. He knew the little girl. It was the little beggar girl he'd met that day. At that time, he'd even asked if she was an extraordinary big shot. The demon beasts prostrated themselves on the ground with extreme respect. The little girl walked slowly over to the demon god, and then she opened her palm. A drop of blood suddenly flew into the forehead of the demon god's soul. Bang! In an instant, the demon god's body was instantly healed. Moreover, some thick scales had even appeared on his body. The little girl turned to look at the white-robed woman and grinned. A moment later, a crystal suddenly flew out from within the bowl. In the distance, the white-robed woman frowned slightly. She stretched her right hand forward and gently twirled it. In an instant, a mysterious crystal blue shield appeared in front of her. However, the shield had only just come into contact with the crystal, and the crystal had directly collapsed. Bang! The white-robed woman was blasted flying. However, she flew very gracefully like a crane soaring into the sky. It was extremely beautiful. However, her body was instantly blasted apart as soon as she crashed to the ground. The expressions of the four gods became quite solemn when they witnessed this scene. They'd never imagined that such an expert would actually exist in a place like this. The white-robed woman who only had her soul left glanced at the little girl. "What kind of demon are you?" The little girl smiled. "Why don't you guess?" The white-robed woman's eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't speak. The little girl directly disregarded the white-robed woman and looked towards southeast. Not my main body. Not my main body. Everyone here was stunned when they heard this. Even the eyes of the four gods and the white-robed woman were filled with disbelief. They hadn't imagined that southeast wasn't his main body. Yi Xian looked towards southeast with slight shock. Mother. Donlin Nan smiled. I didn't want to leave when your father came to pick me up, but he insisted so. Yi Xian understood. Dong Linen glanced at the little girl beside him. Your bloodline isn't simple. At this time Xiaota suddenly said, Madam, she has Arya's blood in her body. Arya. Hearing this, Dong Linen frowned. The little girl suddenly looked at Yi Xian's abdomen. You know her. Xiaota left Yi Xian's body and said angrily, You have Arya's blood. The little girl looked at Xiaota. How did you know her? Xiaota is furious. She and I are best friends. How could I not know her? You have Arya's bloodline. Obviously, you once received help from Arya. In this case, why did you dare to hurt the little lord? Don't you know that Arya and young master are a family? The little girl frowned slightly. Family? Xiaota said angrily. Of course. I grew up together with Arya. Master treats Arya as his sister. Of course we are a family. Didn't you notice? Young master also has Arya's blood. The little girl glanced at Yi Xian. Yes. Xiaota was furious. Since you know, why did you kill him? The little girl frowned slightly. Did I do anything to him? Which eye of yours saw me do anything to him? Xiaota said. Your subordinate wanted to kill him. The little girl looked calm. That's my subordinate's business. What does it have to do with me? Xiaota. Xiaota still wanted to say something. But Donlin Nan shook his head. Don't talk nonsense with her. Today, I will destroy this demon cult. Even if Arya is here, I won't give her face. Xiaota was silent. Although Arya was lawless, she didn't dare to be disrespectful to the few mistresses. Although Donlin Nan's status was not as high as Su Qingshi's, she was still one of the mistresses. Arya didn't dare to provoke her. Moreover, Arya would definitely stand on Yi Xian's side. No one was more protective than Arya. Not to mention, Yi Xian had a good relationship with Arya and Little White. Especially when Yi Xian often brought millions of candied haws with him. At this moment, the little girl suddenly smiled. Woman, forgive me for being straightforward. If you are here in person, I might be afraid of you. Your clone. As she said, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. I'm afraid it's not enough for me to fight. Arrogant. Of course, she had the capital to be arrogant. Donlin Nen glanced at the little girl. I think you must have never experienced the cruel beating of society. The little girl looked straight at Donlin Nan. Come ask for a beating. Donlin Nan suddenly opened her palm. A ray of sword light appeared in her hand. When he saw this ray of sword light, Yi Xian's expression instantly froze. Damn it. This was old dad's sword chi. Moreover, it wasn't any ordinary sword chi. Within this sword chi, there was an illusory sword. It was the sword spirit. The little girl's expression instantly turned solemn when she saw that strand of sword chi. Donlin Nan suddenly opened her palm, and sword chi suddenly flew out. From afar, the little girl's eyes flashed with malice. In the next instant she punched out. With this punch, the entire demon immortal realm crumbled instantly. Not only that, the universe that was millions of miles away was also destroyed at this moment. And all the experts around were sent retreating by the might of this punch. The might of this punch caused the expressions of all the experts present to change. The aura of death. At this moment, everyone could feel the aura of death pressing on their heartstrings. This punch could directly annihilate the entire demon immortal realm. However, when the little girl's punch came into contact with the sword chi, it was like snow meeting boiling oil. Instantly, it melted and vanished without a trace. The sword chi continued to penetrate, and penetrated the little girl's brow. Boom! The sword chi dragged the little girl's body in a frenzy, and finally nailed her to a spot in time and space. In the field, all the demonic beasts were stunned. All the experts were stunned as well. It ended just like that. A ray of sword chi. A little dramatic. It had just begun, and it was already over. Yi Xian looked at the pinned little girl in the distance and shook his head. This little girl had once received Arya's bloodline, and was terrifyingly strong. It could be said that besides his mother's real body, no one else could suppress this little girl. But the problem was that there was sword chi. Whose sword chi was that? That was old dad's sword chi, and not an ordinary one at that. How could this little girl withstand it? Tragedy, a great tragedy. All around, the demonic beasts were ashen-faced and their minds were blank. The invincible sect leader was defeated just like that? Moreover, it was a strand of unknown sword chi. This was as surreal as a dream. In the distance, the pinned little girl was a little lost. At this moment she was stunned as well. Even though she hadn't used that punch in her true form, she'd used all her strength. However, it had been destroyed by a ray of sword chi just like that. Moreover, it had been done with such ease. How could this be possible? The little girl suddenly gazed at Dong Linen with a ferocious expression on her face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dong Linen's face was expressionless. She directly disregarded the little girl and turned to look at Xiao Sijun. Meanwhile, all the other experts were looking at Xiao Sijun. She lowered her head slightly, and then she suddenly drew her saber and swept it towards her neck. She was going to kill herself. However, when her saber was still half an inch away from her neck, it was locked down by a mysterious force and couldn't move another inch forward. Xiao Sijun. She gazed silently at Dong Linen. Dong Linen walked slowly over to Xiao Sijun. If I'm not wrong, you did that for Yenner's sake. Yenner. As soon as these words were spoken, the four gods looked at the white-robed woman in the distance. Yang Yen. This was the name of the white-robed woman, and she was Dong Linen's adopted daughter. She was originally an ordinary girl from a mountain village, and Dong Linen met her by chance. Seeing that she had an extraordinary aptitude, he took her in as his adopted daughter. Adding on to the fact that she was likable, he took her in as his adopted daughter. Yang Yen was silent. Xiao Sijun looked straight at Dong Linen. What right does he have to be the young lord of our profound world? Dong Linen suddenly grabbed Xiao Si's throat with his right hand. What right does he have? Do you know why the profound world exists? Because of him. Do you know the meaning of the profound world? If you don't know, I can tell you. It's because there's a Xian in his name. Mystic. Yi Xian looked to the east and felt warmth in his heart. The father might not be the biological father, but the mother was definitely the biological mother. The azure-robed man. In the distance, Xiao Si roared in rage. I refuse to accept this. Dong Linen shook his head. I don't need you to submit to me. I gave you resources and techniques to make you stronger, not to make you submit. As she spoke, she slowly clenched her right hand. In an instant, Xiao Sijun's body became illusory. At the side, Yang Yin suddenly said, Adoptive mother, it's my fault. Can you forgive her? Dong Linen suddenly clenched his right hand. Bang! Xiao Sijun's soul was destroyed. Dong Linen turned to look at Yang Yin coldly. In my heart, even his father isn't as important as my Xian. Understand? Yang Yan's face instantly turned ghastly pale when he heard this. Dong Linen suddenly said, Kill all the demon beasts here. As soon as she finished speaking, the 16 god slayers behind her suddenly disappeared mysteriously. In the next moment, shrill screams resounded in the surroundings. In the distance, the little girl suddenly said fiercely, Woman, don't you dare! Dong Linen looked at the little girl. See if I dare! The little girl suddenly opened her palm, and a box suddenly shot up into the sky from her hand. At the sight of this, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Holy shit, this little girl actually has a box that Whitey left behind. Damn it! Yi Xian was slightly surprised as well. What's the relationship between this little girl, Arya, and Whitey? Suddenly, a scene appeared in the distant sky, and a little girl gradually appeared within it. The little girl wore a short-sleeved shirt that bared her arms, and there was a cute little demon beast printed at the center of her shirt. Moreover, she wore tight-fitting pants that had a few holes on them. Arya. The little girl was Arya. However, she seemed to have been beaten up at this moment. There was blood on the corners of her mouth, and half of the horn on her head had been sliced off. Moreover, countless cracks had appeared on her tail. Yi Xian was stunned by this scene. In the next moment, he looked to the side and saw a woman in a plain dress, standing not too far away from Arya. Qing'er. Dong Linen's expression instantly became solemn when she saw the woman in a plain dress. Xiaota suddenly said, Arya was beaten up again. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the little girl in front of Yi Xian suddenly pointed at Yi Xian angrily and roared, Arya, he brought people to bully me. You must eat him alive. Hearing this, the woman in the plain dress frowned slightly, and a cold glint flashed in the depths of her eyes. She was angry. P.S. I'm not asking for tickets today, but I hope that everyone can enjoy reading to their heart's content. Tickets and tips are up to you all. It's indeed difficult to write a book with millions of words without any fluff. After all, writing does depend on one's state of mind and inspiration. I'm not trying to excuse myself, but it's the truth. I admit that I'm very fluff sometimes. Thank you to the readers who have always supported me. And thank you to the readers who have always criticized me. The readers who support me give me the motivation to write, and the readers who criticize me can make me grow. To be honest, last night, I read the reviews of the old and new books. Later on, I realized that many of the readers I used to know have disappeared as I read. Just like some characters in the book, they disappear as I write. The past is the past, and I cherish what's in front of me. On the path of writing, I'm very fortunate to have all of you as my companions, especially those readers who have followed me from the Heavenly Sword region. To those readers who have left, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I know that you might not be able to see this sentence anymore. To the readers now, thank you for your tolerance, thank you for your support. Chapter 2135. Arya hurriedly said, Little Yao, don't talk nonsense. I'm only a vegetarian and don't eat meat. Hearing Arya's words, the demon sect leader's face was filled with astonishment. A vegetarian? That doesn't seem right. Meanwhile, Arya said, If he bullies you, just let him bully you. Anyway, your body is so strong, so it's nothing to beat you up. Everyone was speechless. The little girl looked at Arya in astonishment. Is this still the Arya I know? As if sensing something, the little girl turned to look at the woman in the distance, and the woman in the plain dress was looking at her as well. The woman in the plain dress stared at the little girl. Eat my brother? The little girl stared at the woman in the plain dress without showing any weakness. What? Can't I? The woman in the plain dress nodded slightly. Come eat him. I'll watch. The little girl pointed angrily at Dong Linen and said furiously, Woman, do you dare to make her retract that strand of sword chi? In the distance, Dong Linen immediately retracted the green-clothed man's sword chi and said, Come, let me watch you perform. The little girl was slightly stunned when she saw Dong Linen really retract the sword chi. Did I fall for it so easily? She didn't think too much about it. As Dong Linen retracted the sword chi, the little girl's body instantly recovered at a terrifying speed. It didn't take long for her body to recover completely. After she recovered, the little girl took a deep breath and clenched her fists slowly. In an instant, the space around her started to tremble violently. This world couldn't withstand her formidable strength at all. In the distant scene, Arya hesitated for a moment and was about to speak. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress glanced at Arya, and she immediately shut up. She couldn't even protect herself now. As for the little demon, she could only let her fend for herself. After the little girl's body recovered, she immediately looked at the woman in the plain dress, and a wisp of hostility flashed through her eyes. She pointed her right hand at the woman in the plain dress and said, Woman, do you dare to come and fight me? Yi Xian was speechless. Dong Linen glanced at the little girl and said softly, How courageous. In the scene, the woman in the plain dress looked at Arya. Did you give her the courage? Arya hesitated for a moment and said, I'm not very familiar with her. The little girl suddenly said angrily, Arya, Are you still the area I know? What was so scary about this woman? Watch carefully, I'm going to eat her raw. Arya hesitated for a moment, then said, Little demon, if you become a vegetarian now, you may still have a way to survive. The little girl looked directly at the plain-dressed woman, her expression savage. Woman, do you dare to come and fight with me? The plainly dressed woman looked at the little girl. There's no need to come over. As soon as she finished speaking, the walk sword in her hand suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a sword suddenly appeared in the space above the little girl. It was the walking sword of the way. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically when they saw this sword. Death. At this moment, besides Yi Xian, everyone else here had sensed the aura of death. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. If this sword fell, they would definitely die. Everyone's eyes were filled with terror as they gazed at the Wei sword. The little girl's expression had instantly become solemn at this moment. But in the next moment, a wisp of viciousness flashed through her eyes. She stomped the ground lightly with her right foot, and then her figure transformed. In the next moment, a demon beast shaped like a tiger appeared here. The demon beast was shaped like a tiger. It had 4 tails, a horn, crimson red eyes, and a ferocious glow. It was the little demon. Moreover, it was her true form. After she returned to her true form, the little demon suddenly raised her head and roared furiously, causing the starry sky to tremble. In the next moment, she leaped up and collided with the Wei sword. This collision seemed like it intended to tear the world into pieces, and it was extremely shocking. Under everyone's gaze, the little demon collided with the Dawok sword. Bang! In an instant, the little demon's body was blasted into pieces. It was like an egg had smashed against a hard rock. Bang! The little demon instantly crashed to the ground, and then she was nailed to the ground by the Wei sword. She was unable to move at all. It was over. The surroundings were deathly silent to the point a falling needle could be heard. The experts of the demon sect had ashen expressions on their faces, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The invincible sect master of the demon sect was defeated just like that? He wasn't able to fight back at all. In the distance, Dong Linen glanced at the plainly dressed woman with a trace of fear in his eyes. On the other side, Envoy Nan was overjoyed after her initial shock. At this moment, the blood in her entire body was boiling. Damn it! She'd won the bet. Envoy Nan had won the bet. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion could be said to be sharing life and death with Yi Xian today. Moreover, Yi Xian had such a terrifying expert standing behind him. What did that mean? It meant that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had gained an extraordinary ally. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion was a merchant group. And what did a merchant need the most? The first was money, and the second was allies. Most of the time, allies were even more important than money, because having money would cause many to covet it, and having a strong ally would deter the powers that coveted the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. In short, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had made the right bet this time. If they made good use of it, it would be sufficient for them to obtain boundless benefits. Of course, she was extremely shocked right now. There was actually such an expert in the world. The strength of the sect master of the demon sect was extremely terrifying. Yet he didn't even have the ability to fight back before this woman? How strong is this woman in a plain dress? In the distant image, the woman in a plain dress gazed at Xiao Yao, who was pinned to the ground with a calm expression, and there wasn't a trace of emotion in her eyes. On the ground, Xiao Yao's face was filled with bewilderment. I was defeated with a single move again. Am I dreaming? Xiao Yao raised his head to look at the woman in the image, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This is impossible. On Arya's shoulder, Xiao Bai hesitated for a moment, and then it started waving its claws. In the end, it pointed at its own head. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Xiao Ta, what is Xiao Bai saying? Xiao Ta spoke in a low voice. She's saying that Xiao Yao shouldn't just focus on cultivating his strength. He should also cultivate his brain. Besides that, she said not to offend big sister Tian Ming. So she didn't. So, she hasn't been hit before. Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Bai, and Xiaobai glanced at Tianming before hurriedly hiding behind area. Tianming looked at Xiaobai. Seeing Tianming looking at her, Xiaobai blinked, and then broke into a radiant smile. Tianming retracted her gaze and turned to Yixian. When her gaze landed on Yixian, the coldness in her eyes had vanished. Yixian smiled. Qing'er, Tianming nodded. Continue playing. I have something to do. As she spoke, the image was about to disappear. At this moment, Yixian hurriedly asked, Qing'er, can you help me with a small matter? Qing'er asked, destroy the universe you are in? Yixian's expression froze. At this moment Qing'er nodded. Sure. As she spoke, the walk sword on Xiao Yao's body suddenly shot into the sky. In the next instant, the sword hung upside down. In an instant, the entire demon immortal realm was set ablaze. No, the entire universe was set ablaze. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, because they realized that this sword wasn't aimed at just one person, but all of them. Was this the end of the world? Everyone was shocked. Yixian hurriedly said, Qing'er, it's not destroying the universe. No. He was sweating profusely. If Qing'er's sword descended, no one here besides him could survive. When she heard Yixian, Tianming blinked. Isn't it? Yixian nodded. Tianming nodded slightly. She opened her palm, and the walk sword returned to her hand. Everyone instantly heaved a sigh of relief. If this sword were to fall, then everyone would be finished. Yixian broke out in cold sweat. Qing'er spoke of destroying the universe as if it was a game. Needless to say, Qing'er was very dangerous. Without thinking too much, Yixian opened his palm and said, Qing'er, can you help me modify this Xiaota? Hearing this, Xiaota's voice suddenly trembled. Young master, you actually thought of me. I'm so touched. I won't scold you in my heart anymore. Yixian was speechless. When she heard Yixian, Tianming's gaze descended onto Xiaota, and she fell silent for a moment before she said, How do you want to modify him? Yixian smiled. Qing'er, do as you see fit. In any case, try your best to make him stronger. Tianming gazed at Xiaota. Do you have any requests? Xiaota hesitated for a moment and said, I want him to be invincible beneath 3 strikes. Yixian's face froze. Damn it. This Xiaota really dares to speak such words. Tianming's expression was calm. You're just a ta. Xiaota was speechless. Yixian shook his head and smiled. Qing'er, do as you see fit. Tianming nodded slightly. In the next moment, she opened her palm, and Xiaota appeared there. Yixian's expression instantly changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. That's too awesome. It's like the distance between space and time doesn't exist before Qing'er. That's too awesome. Qing'er gazed at Xiaota in her hand. After a moment of silence, she opened her left palm, and a strand of sword energy appeared in her hand. In the next moment, the sword energy shot into Xiaota. Bang! Xiaota shuddered violently. Yixian gazed at Xiaota with slight anticipation. After Qing'er had modified Xiaota, Xiaota had obtained heaven-defying cultivation abilities, and he'd obtained benefits from Xiaota. After all, if he didn't possess the ability to reverse time within Xiaota's body, then he wouldn't have been able to slash the future. This time, what special ability would Xiaota possess? At this moment, Tianming suddenly looked at Arya. Arya's eyelids twitched when she saw Tianming looking at her, but she was still slightly stubborn. She clenched her right fist slowly. Woman, I can't defeat you now. Do you dare to give me some time? Tianming looked at Arya. How long? Arya hesitated for a moment, and then she turned to look at Little White. How much time is suitable for us? Little White blinked, and then she stretched out her little claw. Arya glanced at Little White's little claw, and then she turned to look at Tianming, who was in the distance. Then she stretched out her little claw as well. Little White said, 500 million years. You give us 500 million years. Hearing this, Little White looked at Arya in astonishment. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.